Hey Slavic Vikings, and welcome to Geopolitics of the World. I've compiled my videos into this mega video so that in this 5-hour montage I'm covering every single country in the world, focusing on geopolitics and other fun facts. So set your schedule free for the rest of the day, sit back, relax and enjoy. So first up, the Nordics, the region in which I was born. Known for being peaceful and prosperous, it has had the least amount of wars or instability in recent times. Therefore, as expected, these countries have peaceful or neutral relations with most of the world, except Russia. All of these countries have bad relations with Russia. Denmark, being the earliest enemy of Russia during the Cold War, was one of the earliest members of NATO and geopolitically was competing against the USSR. Moreover, this country was and is a vital strategic ally because of its control of the Baltic Sea. The Danish realm consists of Denmark, the Faroe Islands, and Greenland. I have friends from all these countries because the Faroe Islands and Greenland are highly integrated with Denmark proper. Although the Kalmar Union under the control of Denmark once consisted of way more countries. Denmark is still one of the last democracies that still firmly holds on to its colonial possessions. However, the colonies have a lot of autonomy nowadays. Denmark has excellent relations with Norway and Sweden, sharing similar cultures and histories. Once part of the Kingdom of Denmark, Iceland is also close to them, Iceland also being part of NATO. Denmark and Sweden were the first to recognize Finland's independence in 1918 and have had close relations since, with the new threat of Russia and application of Finland and Sweden into NATO being undergone. The relations between the Nordics have never been stronger. Denmark has good relations with most EU countries, although not being a fan of Poland's and Hungary's recent shenanigans. Denmark has sent a lot of help to Ukraine and has been an open enemy of the modern Russian state. After all the oil embargoes on Europe, Norway seems to be a more and more critical part of Europe's geopolitical battle, since Norway is a significant oil producer and recently announced that it wants to expand its energy industry in the near future. Norway is not a member state of the European Union. However, it is associated with the European Union through its membership in the European Economic Area. Although Norway still has good relations with Western Europe, especially Denmark and Sweden. Sweden and Norway were in a personal union only 120 years ago, and I would say they are the closest Nordic countries. Sweden is also economically the largest. Having won the global culture war, many Swedish brands are known worldwide. Sweden also has the highest population of the Nordics, and already being a member of the EU, is currently trying to join NATO to counter Russian aggression in Ukraine. Another country trying to join NATO for the same reasons is Finland. Finland is known for not only being neutral, but being able to enforce its neutrality by having a vast network of bunkers and an armed population, with a famously efficient army. Finland joining NATO is a significant tactical failure for Russia, since Finland holds a very strategically important border with Russia. As a member of the EU, it has good relations with other member states and has more culturally close ties with Sweden and Estonia. Iceland's closest relations are with the Nordic states, the European Union and the United States. However, Iceland is not a member of the EU since it doesn't want to share its fishing industry. Iceland has been a member of the United Nations since 1946 and has been in NATO since 1949. Iceland is an interesting instance of NATO since it doesn't have a standing army, but since its location between the US and Europe is so strategic, it doesn't need to fulfill the 2% required budget for an army. However, in recent years, UK-Ireland relations have been troublesome because of a series of cod wars. These wars were fought because of territorial fishing rights and didn't actually see any sea battles. Instead, Iceland just threatened to leave NATO and the US told the UK to chill. Speaking of the British, their geopolitics have changed a lot recently, since they left the EU. Once a vital part of the European community, Now the UK holds almost no influence in European affairs, instead being dominated by Germany and France. The UK is going through an economic crisis after the two Lizzies died or resigned. This led to an unstable trust in governance and Scottish support for independence rising. The UK is the second country we have covered so far that still remains part of an old colonial empire. Other than direct British territories, it has allies because of its past expansions. For this reason, the UK is very close with Commonwealth members and the US. How can I talk about the UK without mentioning Ireland, another country I've lived in? This EU member now shares a border with a non-Schengen area country, which has caused a lot of drama since both countries don't know what to agree on. Its membership in the European Union influences the foreign relations in Ireland. However, bilateral relations with the United States and the United Kingdom are also crucial to the state. It is one of the groups of smaller nations in the EU and has traditionally followed a non-aligned foreign policy, even not joining the Second World War. Speaking of the Second World War, let's move on to Germany. Once a brutal dictatorship controlling all of Europe, now a beacon of democracy. However, not all in Germany may agree with this statement, since recently the German police stopped a far-right monarchist coup. Germany is by far the wealthiest and most powerful country in the EU, also having the most influence. Often smaller European countries will follow new policies introduced in Germany. Germany is a founding member of NATO and the coal and steel community, which was the prerequisitory to the EU. Germany managed to humiliate itself at the start of the war in Ukraine by not showing full support to Ukraine by only sending helmets to the war zone. Germany and Russia have had a very complicated relationship in the past few years. For example, Germany has been closing its nuclear power and creating more gas and oil connections to the Russians through Nord Stream 2 pipeline. However, it seems like Russia has crossed the line, and any corrupt politicians who support Berlin-Kremlin cooperation have lost all public support. Relations between Poland have gone down since the new Law and Order Party mentioned in the previous video won, since it keeps demanding war reparations for World War II. Germany probably has the best relations with Austria because of its shared language and culture. In Austria, they speak the same language of German, and both of these countries were united once because of Anschluss, but now are united by both being in the EU. Although Austria is not in NATO, since after World War II, Stalin agreed to withdraw troops from Austria as long as it promised to stay neutral forever. However, Austria broke this neutrality for the first time recently by supporting Ukraine. Switzerland, which is even more neutral than Austria, is not officially in any union and has recently also broken neutrality by sending $100 million worth of aid to Ukraine. In between these two countries is a micro-country called Liechtenstein. This country has an international dispute with the Czech Republic and Slovakia concerning the estates of its princely family in those countries. After World War II, Czechoslovakia, as it then was called, acted to seize what it considered to be German possessions. Speaking of another micronation, Luxembourg. The biggest of the bunch is also somewhat close with Germany and France, but nothing compares to the love it shares towards Belgium and the Netherlands. The Benelux is a politico-economic union comprising these three countries. These countries share similar cultures and histories and are closely intertwined, with the workers in these countries choosing to work in the Benelux region. Belgium has a highly divided population. Flanders and Wallonia are the main regions where people speak Flemish and French, respectively. The biggest partner of the Benelux is the Netherlands. Similarly to Norway, it has recently grown in geopolitical influence since this country has a high potential for oil and gas production. However, it has been trying to close the excavation because it was causing earthquakes in the region. France is an important ally and founding member of the European Union and NATO, therefore having favorable relations with its members. Although during recent times, France has been seen investing a lot in its relations with Mediterranean countries like Croatia, Italy, and Greece, wanting to create a sort of Mediterranean coalition with its own influences. This is a pattern with all major regional powers. They all want to create their sort of factions so they can influence minor countries. France also has a very vast foothold in Africa, especially in the north and west, because of the smart way they managed to do their decolonialism, by in practice keeping a lot of power in the newly formed countries by locking their currencies to the French. Therefore, France gets a lot of workers from former colonies that still speak French. When it comes to Germany, the two are definitely close but still fiercely competing for influence. France has one micro-country inside it, that being Monaco. Monaco is a tax haven with minimal geopolitical influence. France is the biggest trading partner of Spain, and they both have had good relations in recent years. Though they do not agree on much in modern history, Spain is another aligned Western nation that has historically been politically unstable but nowadays is reasonably united, with some significant independence movements. Spain has maintained its special relationship with its fellow Spanish-speaking countries. Its policy emphasizes the concept of an Ibero-American community, essentially the renewal of the historically liberal idea of Hispano-Americanismo. Spain also managed to have a good relationship with all its neighbors. Spain has a dispute with the UK because of Gibraltar. Speaking of a neighbor you might not have noticed, Andorra. Created as a buffer, Andorra nowadays is very closely integrated with Spain, and to a less extent, France. Portugal is the last country on the Iberian Peninsula. After a humiliating defeat in the recent match against Morocco, you might think that Portugal is a weak and small nation, but that's not true. Other than being a member of NATO and the EU, it has influence all over the world, the most known being Brazil. These two countries have a love-hate relationship, and many Brazilians go to work in Portugal and vice versa. I have a friend from Mozambique, a Portuguese colony, so he can speak Portuguese. You can see Portuguese colonialism cultural impact in Angola, Guinea, East Timor, and many places in India. I experienced this firsthand when visiting Goa in India, where Portuguese influence is evident. Italy, another power in southern Europe, has recently changed its politics, finding inspiration from its past by focusing more on nationalism and, in general, being more geopolitically isolated. Italy, of course, still part of the EU and NATO, holds its allegiances to the West. Italy is a vital ally to the Americans, since if you have Italy on your side, you have secured the control over the Mediterranean, which is a critical sea when it comes to global trade. The Vatican, as the smallest country in the world, may seem to have little to no geopolitical impact, but this is not true. The Catholic Church is the biggest branch of Christianity, and Christianity is the most popular religion in the world. This means that the Pope has very much influence, and leaders worldwide know this and try to get on the good side of the Pope. For example, Pope Francis has called on the Russian President Vladimir Putin to stop the spiral of violence and death over the war in Ukraine. Hence, the Vatican isn't afraid to assert geopolitical power. The last two microstates, San Marino and Monaco, located in Italy and France, respectively, function as tax havens and have little to none geopolitical impact. Now, Greece and Turkey, the two countries that always get along. Greece's most considerable modern dispute lies primarily with its hatred towards Turkey. The clearest example of this is Turkey disputing their national maritime territories, since Greece has a lot of control over waters close to Turkey's mainland because of its many small islands. A modern but resolved dispute was between Greece and North Macedonia. North Macedonia was once called Macedonia, and Greece would not accept this name since Greece says it inherited the Macedonian Empire. This was resolved in 2019 with the changed name, and relations are now way better. Moving on to its biggest rival, Turkey, or now Turkey. has had a complicated and unstable modern geopolitical history. Turkey currently has the most refugees in the world, with 3.7 million people coming from Syria during the ongoing civil war. I have a friend that's a first-generation refugee from Syria, and she can see the significant impact it is having in this country. The current leader, Erdogan, has been invading Syria with the goal of creating a safe zone to displace Syrian refugees. Since the foundation of this republic from the Ottoman Empire, Turkey has tried to integrate more into Western Europe, mostly with the reforms of Ataturk. The Kurds are the biggest ethnic group in the world without a country. Most of these people live in eastern Turkey and are a big part of Turkey's modern politics. For example, when recently Sweden and Finland wanted to join NATO, since this requires approval for all members, Turkey said that Sweden has to return dozens of people that he suspects either of involvement in a failed 2016 coup or membership in a banned Kurdish militia. During the first stages of the invasion, Turkey acted as a neutral negotiator between Ukraine and Russia. Although, when things started to escalate, Turkey is now leaning more towards the West. I will go deeper into Turkish Middle Eastern relations in a video about Asia, but we have to move on for now. Moving on to Eastern Europe. We start from the north, the Baltic states, an often forgotten group sometimes confused with the Balkans. There has been two big news when it comes to Lithuanian geopolitics recently. The first was Belarus trying to force Iranian refugees into the Schengen area through Lithuania and Poland, which obviously caused a lot of tension between Lithuania and Belarus. The second controversy was with a less expected nation, China. Which China, you may ask? Well, both. According to the mainland's China, One China policy, countries may only recognize Taiwan as West Taipei. Well, in a Lithuanian representative office, Lithuania used the word Taiwanese instead. This caused China to get very irritated and in practice embargoed Lithuania by claiming lack of documentation was the reason for its trade blockade. Only about 1% of Lithuanian exports go to China, which is exactly why they could afford to make such a diplomatically risky move. However, it caused some tensions between the more prominent EU members like France and Germany, since they didn't want to sour relations with their significant trading partner. Other than that, Lithuania is close to the EU and very close with Poland and other Baltic states. Lithuania was the first to state that it would defend Poland unconditionally after the Ukrainian missile, mistaken for Russian, hit Polish soil. Its neighbor to the north also stands firmly with Ukraine, although it suffers to a greater extent because of it. 1/4 of the Latvian population identifies as Russians, and it is heavily dependent on Russia for food and energy. This means that the new sanctions have heavily impacted the Latvian economy. Therefore, Latvia is holding on to safety by standing strong with the US and its allies. Just like Latvia, Estonia is suffering from the same problem of sanctions having a big impact on the Estonian economy. Estonia is culturally very close to Finland, liking to align itself culturally with the Nordics. The idea of forming an Estonian-Finnish federation has been discussed several times in history but has never been achieved. And there are many real discussions of connecting the two nations with an underwater tunnel. Estonia's biggest rival is obviously Russia, but just like its Baltic brothers, it's because of historical oppression. Speaking of, now Russia. Russia has recently invaded Ukraine with the help of the two breakaway states of Donetsk and Luhansk. These states are barely recognized and have controlled the region for a while now, only recognized by other breakaway states, Russia, Syria, and North Korea. These countries are also the ones that support Russia the most, with North Korea and Syria being major suppliers of drones and other weapons. The Belarus government is very close with Russia, with Lukashenko even negotiating a form of union with Russia like in the good old days of the USSR. After the invasion, Russia has been openly against most major powers around the world, with China being the only one to be somewhat neutral. Russia has terrible relations with Finland, the Baltic states, all other Slavic countries except Serbia, and Caucasus countries like Georgia, because of recent invasions or oppression. Russia is part of CTSO. The Collective Security Treaty Organization is an intergovernmental military alliance in Eurasia consisting of 6 post-Soviet states: Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and Tajikistan. Russia is also a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, which is an Eurasian political, economic, international security and defense organization. It is the world's largest regional organization in terms of geographic score and population, covering approximately 60% of the area of Eurasia, 40% of the world's population, and more than 30% of the global GDP. Russia's greatest opponent is obviously Ukraine, with them having an ongoing war. Ukraine has excellent relations with NATO members and the West because of their aligned enemy of Russia. All of Russia's close allies, therefore, are Ukraine's enemies. That also being Belarus. The people of Belarus and Ukraine have a similar history and culture, and both don't support Russian expansionism. They just have very opposing governments. So when I speak to Belarusians and Ukrainians, they always support each other. It's just the Belarusian government of Lukashenko is a self-proclaimed pro-Russian dictatorship. Poland is one of Belarus's biggest enemies, with Belarus creating huge disruptions in stability of the EU by forcing immigrants, mostly from Iraq, onto the border with Poland. Poland's number one enemy is Russia, and in a way always has been, with its foreign policy primary focus being to stop Russian influence. Other than that, Polish relations are close with its fellow NATO and EU members. However, Poland and Germany have had recent clashes over World War II reparations. Poland is especially close with Hungary because of similar historical struggles. Both share a similarly authoritarian government and hold each other's backs when it comes to voting in EU politics. Czechia, like Poland, is part of the Western organizations and has few geopolitical enemies. However, it has the earlier mentioned dispute with Liechtenstein. Since Slovakia was once in a union with Czechia, it has the same disputes as Czechia. Slovakia has a dispute with Hungary over dams built when both countries were communist. These dams were finished on Slovakia's side, but were never finished on Hungary's side. Nowadays, this still creates problems diplomatically. Romania is also a member of NATO, and the second poorest member of the EU. Romania is a beacon for stability in the region, with unstable former Yugoslav nations to the west and a dangerous geopolitical situation to the east. Moldova is an ethnically Romanian state that has a really unstable situation because of Stalin's border painting. After World War II, Ukraine got northern parts of Romania and all of Moldova's coastline as a gift from Stalin, and in return acquired a majority Russian ethnic region of Transnistria. This was a genius play by Stalin, since it forced influence of Moscow onto Moldova, because they no longer had access to prosperous seaports and now had a volatile Russian majority region. This region is now de facto independent from Moldova, and it is the only country in the world not to abandon the Soviet way of life. Moldova cannot unite with Romania until the Transnistrians are dealt with, and I don't see that happening in the near future. Hungary historically used to claim and own the Romanian region of Transylvania, but with both countries being in the EU, these claims have been dropped. Hungary's leader Viktor Orban has been a pain in the ass for the EU, with him being strong allies with Putin and only recently clearly condemning Russian aggression. Hungary often has tensions with Romania, Slovakia, and Ukraine because of their significant Hungarian minorities. Bulgaria is the last easy country on this list before I reach the complicated mess of the former Yugoslav countries. Just like the formerly mentioned countries, Bulgaria has a communist past and has a deeper connection with former communist countries, even more so than with its fellow members of NATO and the EU. Bulgaria is planning to close many embassies around the world that they consider useless. The relations of former Yugoslav countries are complicated, but I will try to explain them as briefly as possible. So first, we got Serbia. Outside of the Balkans, Serbia is known to have very close relations with Russia, with Serbia not wanting to implement sanctions on Russia even after mass atrocities undergone by the Russian army. Other than that, Serbia is not part of the EU or NATO, with NATO recently bombing Serbia. Even with the recent Yugoslav wars, Serbia still has okay relations with Slovenia, and good relations with North Macedonia and Montenegro. The reason for this is them separating without conflict from the former country of Yugoslavia, where Serbia was the dominating power in the federation after the death of Tito. However, Bosnia and Herzegovina have very tense relations because of the large ethnic Serbian minority and Serbia wanting to unite that population into Greater Serbia. The most gruesome war was against Bosnia, in which Croatia fought fiercely on the side of the Bosnians, which resulted in modern bad relations between Serbia and Croatia as well. Kosovo is a partially recognized state, de facto independent since 2008, with 117 countries recognizing it. It has awful relations with Serbia since the entire state of Kosovo is in Serbia, with Serbia claiming it is just a rebellious province. This country has a very high Albanian population, with 93% being Albanian. After its independence, there have been ideas to unite the two countries of Kosovo and Albania into Greater Albania. Slovenia is a member of the EU and NATO and is the most liberal and western of the Yugoslav countries. Slovenia's modern geopolitical focus is integration with the EU. Similarly, Croatian goals in foreign policy nowadays are getting closer to the EU institutions and being a stable member of NATO. Since the signing of the Dayton Agreement in 1995, things have been stable for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia is a potential candidate for membership in the EU. Montenegro really wants to join the EU, with that being one of their main political goals. Montenegro even uses the euro without the EU's permission. North Macedonia just wants to be left alone and somehow is friends with everyone in this highly confrontational region in Europe. Albania is an interesting case since its foreign policy is specifically set to be as good as possible with everyone, despite its flag looking so scary. Even having good relations with former historical enemies like Italy, Greece, and Turkey. Moving on to the only two small island nations in Europe, Cyprus and Malta. De facto, Cyprus is divided into two states, the north belonging to a Turkish puppet state and the south being independent, with a UN buffer zone separated the two and a couple of British bases sprinkled around. The reason for this mess is at the Turkish invasion of 1974. They invaded because a Greek militia junta took control. So modern Cyprus has no diplomatic relations with Turkey and culturally shares much with Greece. Cyprus historically has a non-aligned foreign policy and today is the only EU member that is not part of NATO. Malta, although in close cooperation with NATO members, is part of the modern non-aligned movement. We're starting our journey here due to the recent political drama that has been unfolded, as the US troops made their dramatic exit in 2021, with devastating stories of mothers throwing their children onto planes because of the fear of what life was waiting in the Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. Many would call Afghanistan the graveyard of empires, and looking at its history, it's hard to disagree. The Persians, Greeks, Mauryans, Kushans, Heptalites, Arab Muslims, Mongols, British, Soviets, and most recently Americans all had a go at it, but left disappointed. This tumultuous history has resulted in a rich, if complicated, cultural mosaic that affects Afghanistan's relations with its neighbors and the wider world. The political landscape of Afghanistan is currently dominated by the Taliban, a group with a similar reputation to Andrew Tate, to say the least. Since they've taken over, many countries have been grappling with the question of whether or not to recognize the government. This includes Afghanistan's immediate neighbors like Pakistan, Iran, and Turkmenistan, all of whom have a keen interest in Afghanistan's stability. Pakistan in particular has had a tricky relationship with Afghanistan, given their long shared border and the Pashtun tribal populations that straddle it. The Pakistan-Taliban relationship is rather nuanced and complex. It's no secret that Pakistan has had some influence over the Taliban, but it's not quite simple as Pakistan having a remote control for the group. Iran, on the other hand, has had some serious beef with the Taliban in the past, particularly when the Taliban was in power in the late 90s. They went nearly to war in 1998, but lately it seems Iran is making some pragmatic moves to engage with the new government. And then there's China, always with an eye on the bigger picture. They see Afghanistan as a crucial piece of their Belt and Road Initiative. Despite their usual non-interference policy, it seems that China is cautiously willing to engage with the Taliban in hopes of achieving some regional stability and advancing its economic interests. Moving on to this Asian giant, now China. First, let's look at the sea that they fully claim, based only on a politician drawing 9 arbitrary lines in 1946, the South China Sea. They've been building artificial islands, killing thousands of tons of coral reef and sea life. Also, beefing up their military presence, claiming vast stretches of strategic waterway. The US has been prowling around these waters, conducting freedom of navigation operations and bolstering alliances with other regional powers. For example, by building bases in the Philippines and Japan, and by giving nuclear submarines to Australia. Turning our gaze to the north, we find the strange love-hate relationship with North Korea. China is North Korea's biggest trade partner and has often shielded it in international affairs. Yet, North Korea's nuclear ambitions and unpredictable actions also threaten China's regional stability, which China does not like. We then have the contentious Sino-Indian relations, marked by border disputes and clashes, like the recent one in the Galvan Valley. The world's two most populous nuke-owning countries are at odds, but their commitment to the BRICS has stabled relations recently. It seems like the hate towards the US is uniting many major powers. After the communists won the civil war in China after World War II, they kicked out the original nationalists onto this island, known as Taiwan, or West Taipei if you ask mainland China. Both countries claim all of each other. Since everyone wants Chinese cheap products, most countries adhere to the One China policy. The US, among others, has been walking a diplomatic tightrope. They're providing Taiwan with arms and maintaining unofficial relations, all while not formally recognizing it as a separate country from China. If World War III happens, it is my personal opinion that it will either be because of this conflict or Putin dropping nukes on Ukraine. But Taiwan has geniusly made both China and the US dependent on it for its semiconductor production, which hopefully is enough of a deterrent for the Chinese invasion. With Europe's recent falling with Russia, China has happily accepted its growing friendship with Russia. And since Russia's biggest client embargoed them, China is happily buying cheap oil and gas. Therefore, the two countries have planned many new pipelines and infrastructure to connect them even more, as well as aligning on numerous global issues, deepening economic ties, and conducting joint military exercises. In the increasingly polarized world, this renewed Sino-Russian relationship could present significant geopolitical implications. Speaking of this connection, China has been spreading its influence far and wide through the ambitious Belt and Road Initiative, which aims to create a network of land and sea routes for trade and transportation. binding Asia, Africa, and Europe together. It's like the ancient Silk Road, but on steroids. Now let's look inwards. We can't discuss China without mentioning Tibet and Hong Kong. The situation in Tibet remains contentious with disputes over religious freedom and autonomy. Similarly, recent events in Hong Kong have stirred international concerns over issues of democracy, human rights, and autonomy. A big part of Chinese geopolitics is based around their religious ideology of Confucianism and Taoism, which has had a huge impact on their modern isolation and diplomacy. If you want to explore a world in which the Taiping rebellion that almost succeeded in making China Christian hypothetically succeeded in making a modern Chinese Christian state, then you should check out That Annoying American, who has made a video on this exact topic. I have been watching his videos for a while and I'm very happy that he agreed on this collaboration. You have a link to his video in the description. With China opening up in these past decades, let's look at a country that hasn't yet done so. The Hermit Kingdom of North Korea. As you could have guessed, back in the day Korea was a single nation. Because of the post-Second War Cold War, the country got split between the Soviet-backed North and the US-backed South, leading to the infamous Korean War, leading to millions of deaths because of an ideological squabble. This fighting concluded in a ceasefire, creating the 4-kilometer wide demilitarized zone, with the war technically still ongoing, and both sides wanting to unite just under their respective regimes. A year ago, I had the privilege of visiting the fascinating demilitarized zone, or the DMZ. I even stole a rock from a North Korean built tunnel that was made to prepare for the invasion of Seoul. Nowadays, a lot of us are fed this image of North Korea as the ultimate dystopia. And sure, it's not exactly a communist utopia, but remember, truth is often more nuanced than a Hollywood movie plot. Especially when the most powerful country on earth, the US, has direct interest in making North Korea look as bad as possible. It's worth keeping in mind that information coming from or about North Korea often gets distorted or exaggerated, for better or worse. A great example of this is North Korean defector like Yeonmi, capitalizing on the West's distorted view on North Korea. I want to make it clear that I still believe that North Korea is led by a brutal oppressive regime and there is still a lot of poverty, but a lot of this is caused by the extreme sanctions imposed on this nation. Speaking of nuance, let's talk about North Korean workers in Poland. German reporters have uncovered forced North Korean laborers working near a Polish port. At the end of the day, the Germans with the EU got pissed at Poland and the story slowed down. Finally, let's touch on North Korea's odd but interesting diplomatic strategy, statue diplomacy. They've been building these monumental statues in various parts of the world, mainly in authoritarian African countries. North Korea might be one of the worst countries on earth, but you have to give it to them. They make darn good statues. Having visited South Korea myself last year, the mass scale of cities, technological advancement and culture truly stood out. But amidst all the bright lights and smoggy crowds, there's a riveting geopolitical story. For one, its ongoing conflict with North Korea. As we've previously discussed, it's a defining characteristic. The tension on the Korean peninsula is one of the most closely watched geopolitical flashpoints in the world. I'll tell you, standing on the DMZ, peering into North Korea, it's hard to grasp that these two countries, so starkly different, were once one. Now with the US as its key ally, South Korea has grown into a formidable global power. However, this relationship has caused strains with China, North Korea's ally, leading to a delicate geopolitical dance. For example, THAAD missile defense system installed by the US in South Korea caused China to not be too pleased about that, even going as far as implementing unofficial sanctions against South Korea. Just as I mentioned in the first episode of this series, China implemented unofficial sanctions on Lithuania. But even with these challenges, South Korea has held its ground. Its new sovereign policy, aimed at strengthening ties with Southeast Asian countries and India, is a testament to its proactive approach in navigating this complex geopolitical landscape. And we can't ignore the trade dispute with Japan that escalated in recent years, driven by a deep-seated historical animosity. It's fascinating to note that Japan's refusal to acknowledge its colonial past in Korea fuels present-day tensions, affecting trade relations and sparkling widespread boycotts. When in the center of Seoul, I witnessed a weekly protest by Koreans against Japanese past crimes against humanity. But we all know they're just mad that Japan is stealing its cute anime spotlight. Speaking of Japan, just a stone's throw away from Japan is Taiwan, a nation in dispute as we've discussed previously. Lately, Japan has been constructing military bases on its southwestern islands near Taiwan. You see, there's a bit of a pickle here. Japan is under the US security umbrella, meaning that if China decides to take actions against Taiwan, Japan may find itself drawn into the conflict. A conflict which Japan is constitutionally prohibited from instigating. But who's gonna follow international law when World War III breaks out? You heard that right. After World War II, Japan adopted a new constitution, one that the US had a heavy hand in drafting. In this constitution, Article 9 specifically renounces war as a sovereign right of the nation and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. So the Japanese self-defense forces can only engage if Japan is itself attacked. But there's been a push recently to reinterpret this constitutional clause. Japanese politicians and leaders have argued that the country needs to take more responsibility for its own defense and contribute more to global security. There's a lot of debate about this at home and abroad, and it will be interesting to see how this pans out in the coming years. Let's also not forget Japan's territorial disputes, especially with Russia over the Kuril Islands. Seized by the Soviet forces at the end of World War II, the islands known as the Northern Territories in Japan have been a sticking point in Japan-Russia relations. The diplomatic deadlock over these islands has prevented the two nations from signing a peace treaty to officially end their World War II hostilities. Speaking of, now, the least Asian country in Asia, with only 15% of their respective populace living in the Asian continent. Russia has shown its claws in the Middle East, particularly through its unwavering support for the Assad regime in Syria. This move continues to ruffle feathers, especially those of the United States and its allies. I talked more about Russia's relations with Asia in the Geopolitics of Europe video, so now I'll move on to the complicated mess caused by Russia. This being the post-Soviet Stan countries, starting with the greatest country in the world, Kazakhstan.
Country of Kazakhstan. It locates between Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and assholes Uzbekistan.
Kazakhstan is the most economically dominant among the stans, thanks to its massive oil and gas reserves. As a crucial part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, it has allowed the Chinese to invest heavily in its infrastructure. However, it continues to maintain a balancing act between China and its historical ally, Russia, being part of the Eurasian Economic Union. Moreover, Kazakhstan Baikonur Cosmodrome, the world's first and largest operational space launch facility, is leased to Russia until 2050, This not only gives Russia a critical foothold in the region, but also binds Kazakhstan and Russia in a unique interdependence in the realm of space exploration and technology. Due to heavy reliance on the Sir-Darya River, conflicts arise in terms of water allocation. Kazakhstan, being downstream, is often at mercy of Uzbekistan's water usage, leading to regular diplomatic negotiations and tensions between the two nations. This dried up Uzbekistan is Central Asia's most populous country. It was once isolated, but since the death of its first president, it has opened up and improved relations with its neighbors, particularly Kazakhstan, fostering economic and diplomatic collaborations. It also shares interests with China in fighting Islamic extremists, making them allies in this regard, while Russia plays a role as crucial trade partner and a security ally. On the other hand, Turkmenistan remains one of the most reclusive countries, often compared to North Korea. Despite this, it can't ignore its giant neighbors. Its vast natural gas reserves are predominantly sold to China, making it a critical energy supplier. Russia also has a vested interest due to its substantial ethnic Russian minority residing there. On to Tajikistan, the smallest stan, but not the least significant. It has a strategic location sharing a long, rugged border with Afghanistan. China has taken a keen interest investing in infrastructure projects to combat the risk of Islamic extremists spilling over into Xinjiang. Tajikistan also hosts a Russian military base, highlighting its continued influence in the region. Lastly, Kyrgyzstan, a small mountainous country, has been the site of considerable geopolitical wrangling. As another member of the Eurasian Economic Union, Russia is its crucial ally. However, China's economic influence is growing, primarily through infrastructure loans, making Kyrgyzstan another stage for Sino-Russian competition. You might have noticed that the borders of these countries are very wonky and have many exclaves. This was deliberately drawn by Stalin to make independence harder to achieve. Though often seen as backwaters in international relations, these stands play a significant role in the geopolitical landscape of Asia, and it is my personal dream that these countries unite into Stanistan. But hey, you might not have noticed, there is still one more stand country on our list, that being Pakistan. Pakistan unfortunately has had a hard time lately, with severe flooding wreaking havoc on the country's economy. The fact that Pakistan is a nuclear-armed state only adds another layer of complexity to its geopolitical situation. This nuclear capability casts a long shadow over its enduring conflict with its neighbor, India, with the threat of nuclear escalation always lurking in the background. The balance of power in South Asia is delicately poised, largely due to this nuclear standoff. Pakistan's and India's shared history and the bitter legacy of partition in 1947 have sown deep mistrust and hostility. The border between the two countries, especially the line of control in the disputed region of Kashmir, is one of the most militarized in the world. Skirmishes along this line are a frequent occurrence, and any escalation can have serious implications for regional and even global security. Aside from the Kashmir dispute, there's also the issue of water resources, which is becoming increasingly contentious due to climate change and population growth. The Indus River system, upon which millions of people in both India and Pakistan depend, is a point of contention and potential flashpoint for conflict. Beyond India, Pakistan's relationship with its other neighbor, Afghanistan, is also critical. The instability in Afghanistan has significant spillover effects into Pakistan, particularly in terms of refugee flows and militant activities. Despite these challenges, Pakistan plays a crucial role in the geopolitics of the region, due to its strategic location, straddling South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East. India is the world's largest democracy. India's geographic location, massive population, and economic potential makes it a significant player on the global stage. It holds a strategic position in the Indian Ocean, where it faces competition from China's Belt and Road Initiative, a topic we've delved into earlier. India, along with the other BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, China, and South Africa, presents an alternative to Western-led financial institutions and has taken steps to establish its own new development bank. The question remains, can it leverage its position to its advantage amidst its various internal and external challenges? Speaking of these challenges, it's crucial to discuss the internal strife caused by religious and social divides, particularly Hindu-Muslim tensions, which has roots in its partition from Pakistan and has been exaggerated by current politics. In the Northeast, India's contentious Citizenship Amendment Act has strained relations with Bangladesh, while it also contends with border disputes with Nepal. Lastly, India's relationship with the United States has been generally cordial, but it's complex. The US views India as a strategic counterweight to China in the region. Yet, India's reluctance to fully align itself with any superpower means the US must tread cautiously. Nestled in the Indian Ocean, we have the tropical paradise of Sri Lanka. Once connected to India by a land bridge, now submerged because of a hurricane that happened around 500 years ago. Caught in the crosshairs of India's and China's geopolitical tug-of-war, Sri Lanka's been swept up in the currents of Chinese influence, notably after Sri Lanka couldn't repay Chinese loans for the Hambantota project. They had to lease the port to China for 99 years. China now owns a strategic port right in India's backyard. Domestically, Sri Lanka bears the scars of a brutal civil war between the majority Sinhalese and Tamil Tigers, who sought a separate Tamil state. This ethnic tension still bubbles under the surface. Sri Lanka has also had to grapple with India over fishing rights in the narrow strip of sea separating the two nations. Disputes over these fishing waters have occasionally flared into diplomatic rows. Sailing further into the azure waters of the Indian Ocean, we stumble upon the famous Maldives. This archipelago tourist nation's primary strategic value comes with its location. Situated along crucial shipping lanes, being in the middle of the Indian Ocean makes it a natural focus for regional powers like India and China. As such, the Maldives has found itself being courted by these nations, leading to a delicate balancing act in its foreign policy. Like many island nations, climate change poses an existential threat to the Maldives, with the entire country at risk of being submerged due to rising sea levels. Similarly, the capital of Indonesia is sinking, with the city of Jakarta sinking up to 17 centimeters per year due to excessive groundwater extraction, making it one of the fastest sinking cities in the world. The government has proposed to move the capital to East Kalimantan, on the island of Borneo, a monumental task that will have significant economic and environmental implications. Indonesia is also a key player in regional geopolitics. It's the largest economy in Southeast Asia, a member of the G20, and a significant player in ASEAN. Home to the world's largest Muslim population, Indonesia has significant influence in the Islamic world. Its stance on the Palestinian issue, for instance, has always been firmly pro-Palestine, aligning itself with the likes of Turkey and Iran. Myanmar has unfortunately found itself in the throes of a political upheaval. A military coup in 2021 has resulted in widespread protests for the ruling junta, drawing international concern and isolation. Caught between two behemoths, India and China, Myanmar's strategic location makes its stability crucial. China, particularly, has vested interest through its Belt and Road Initiative, with the China-Myanmar Economic Corridor creating a direct pathway to the Indian Ocean. Moreover, Russia's recent arms sales to Myanmar's military has drawn sharp criticism. This move cements the reality that Myanmar's crisis is not just a national issue, but one that resonates on a global scale, making its future all the more uncertain and watched closely by the international community. Myanmar maintains relatively friendly ties with Thailand, despite the refugee crisis sparked by Myanmar's aforementioned internal conflicts. It has also initiated cooperative measures with Malaysia to manage their shared border issues. Thailand has adeptly balanced its relations with major powers, such as the US and China. With the US, it shares a long-standing military alliance dating back to the Cold War, whereas its relationship with China revolves around the robust economic ties and infrastructure projects under the Belt and Road Initiative. Its relationship with Cambodia has been punctuated by territorial disputes over the area surrounding the Pre-Vihar Temple. Moreover, water disputes with Laos over the Mekong River's usage, primarily due to dam constructions, have added to the region's tensions. Laos, a landlocked country and one of the few remaining communist states in the world, maintains a strong relationship with its traditional ally, Vietnam, dating back to their shared anti-colonial struggles. Their partnership has recently been bolstered by infrastructure projects, including a high-speed railway connecting the two countries. However, Laos' over-reliance on China for development funding, notably under the Belt and Road Initiative, has raised concerns about the debt trap, potentially giving China significant influence over Laos' affairs. I'm starting to notice a pattern with China's geopolitical tactics. Moving to its closest ally, Vietnam. The slender coastal nation carries a distinct geopolitical narrative. Despite its past history, marred by the infamous Vietnam War with the United States, which it won by the way, it's fascinating to see how the narrative has shifted. Today, Vietnam is one of the most pro-US countries in Southeast Asia, with a positive view of the US standing at 76% in 2020, according to the Pew Research Center. It seems the younger generations are looking ahead, placing economic growth and strategic partnerships above historical grievances. Geopolitically, Vietnam plays a key role in the South China Sea disputes, pushing back against China's expansive territorial claims. Vietnam has sought to balance this by bolstering its relationship with the US and its other powers, becoming a significant player in regional organizations like ASEAN. Further, Vietnam's successful handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, owing to its swift response, has also boosted its international standing. This success story has increased its soft power in the region, as other nations look to it as a model for its effective crisis management. Sailing west from Vietnam, we reach Cambodia, a country that has had a historical fraught relationship with Vietnam due to its past conflicts and territorial disputes. However, recent years have seen an improvement in their bilateral ties, driven by trade and shared development goals. China once again emerges as a key player in Cambodia's foreign policy, with massive investments in infrastructure and real estate. China is Cambodia's largest foreign investor, and it's a close political ally. This strong alliance, however, has raised eyebrows, particularly among Western nations, who point to China's influence as a factor in Cambodia's political crackdowns and democratic backsliding. Despite its reliance on China, Cambodia maintains a careful balance in its foreign relations. It's a member of ASEAN and engages in partnership with other nations including Japan, South Korea, and the US. Moving even further down the Indo-Chinese peninsula, we reach Malaysia, straddling two major sea lanes of communication, the Straits of Malacca and the South China Sea. Being a multi-ethnic and multi-religious country, Malaysia has carefully balanced its relationship with Muslim-majority countries and others. It has traditionally had a strong ties with China. However, Malaysia has expressed concern over Chinese aggression in the South China Sea, particularly around the Spratly Islands, where both countries have competing claims. Moreover, Malaysia has its own share of territorial disputes, including the long-standing issue with Singapore over Pedra Branca, and with Indonesia over parts of Borneo. Its relationship with its northern neighbor Thailand has also been strained at times due to unrest in Thailand's Muslim-majority sovereign provinces. Lastly, Malaysia is a founding member of ASEAN and continues to play a crucial role in the organization's attempts to build a united and prosperous Southeast Asian community. I've mentioned ASEAN now many times, so how about I go a bit deeper into what it is exactly? The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN for short, is an intergovernmental organization that promotes political, economic, and cultural cooperation among its 10 member countries of Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. From its involuntary ejection from Malaysia in 1965 to becoming a global powerhouse, the city-state of Singapore has an impressive story. Emerging from underdevelopment, it has transformed into a highly developed and prosperous nation, often topping global rankings in various sections from finance to education to quality of life. Located at the junction of major shipping lanes, it's not just a thriving city, but a crucial node in global trade. The advantageous geography combined with an efficient governance model, stringent rule of law, and negligible corruption make it a beacon of international business. Despite its small size, Singapore has crafted a careful and strategic foreign policy. While it enjoys deep economic ties with China, it also maintains strong security relations with the US, hosting a significant US military presence, which highlights its strategic importance in the Indo-Pacific. Another small but wealthy nation surrounded by Malaysia is Brunei. On the island of Borneo, it is an absolute monarchy, known for its vast oil and gas reserves, which underpin its economy. Thanks to this wealth, Brunei boasts a high living standard compared to Southeast Asian neighbors. Its foreign policy is somewhat discreet, generally aligning with ASEAN consensuses, but it is friendly with both China and the United States. However, Brunei, like several other countries in the region, has territorial disputes with China in the South China Sea. This presents a diplomatic balancing act, as Brunei must manage its economic relationship with China while safeguarding its sovereignty. Now, the third micro-Asian country on our list, Timor-Leste, or East Timor, is nestled at the eastern tip of the Indonesian archipelago. It is one of the world's youngest nations, having gained independence from Indonesia only in 2002. The country continues to grapple with the challenges of nation building, political instability, and economic underdevelopment. Timor-Leste maintains close relations with Australia, who played a key role in its independence movement. However, their relationship has seen friction over maritime boundary disputes in the oil and gas-rich Timor Sea. The 2018 treaty resolving these disputes marked a new chapter in their relations, with Timor-Leste gaining a larger share of the Greater Sunrise gas fields revenues. Regionally, Timor-Leste seeks to strengthen its ties with ASEAN, with its ongoing bid for membership reflecting its desire for increased regional integration. Now the Philippines, a country of over 7,000 islands, holds a distinct position in Southeast Asia due to its deep historical ties with the United States. These ties have resulted in a strong defense partnership, exemplified by the Enhanced Defensive Cooperation Agreement, allowing the US rotational military presence in the Philippines, which is part of the US's plans to enclose Chinese influence in the South China Sea. although the Philippines is worried about its independence since it used to be a colony of the US. In recent years, tensions have escalated over the South China Sea, where the Philippines is one of several countries disputing territorial claims with China. Despite a landmark ruling in 2016 by the Permanent Court of Arbitration favoring the Philippines, China has continued to assert activities in the disputed waters. Going north to Taiwan, it is a democratic island state in East Asia, and its geopolitical situation is particularly unique due to the One China policy, advocated by the People's Republic of China, which asserts that Taiwan is an integral part of its territory. Despite this, Taiwan has maintained de facto independence and a separate political system. Although not a member of the United Nations, Taiwan has developed a robust relationship with many countries. It has particularly strong ties with the United States, which, despite not officially recognizing Taiwan as a separate country, has affirmed its commitment to Taiwan's defense through the Taiwan Relations Act. The increasing tensions between the PRC and Taiwan have major implications for the broader region and the world. China's military activities near Taiwan have intensified in recent years, raising concerns among the international community. Amid these escalating tensions, Taiwan has been seeking to bolster its international standing and strengthen its defensive capabilities, making it a significant focal point in the geopolitics of Asia. Mongolia, a landlocked country in East Asia and Central Asia, is uniquely situated between two major powers, Russia and China. Interestingly, its political status is somewhat complicated by Taiwan, or the Republic of China, which historically considers Mongolia to be part of its territory, based on the constitution of the Republic of China. However, in practice, both Taiwan and Mongolia operate independently, and Mongolia has been widely recognized as a sovereign state. Due to its geopolitical location, Mongolia has often been influenced by its powerful neighbors. Its relationship with Russia has historical roots dating back to the era of the Soviet Union, with Russia being a significant supplier of economic and military aid to Mongolia. On the other hand, China has emerged as Mongolia's biggest trading partner, with extensive cooperation in areas like mining and infrastructure. Despite its geopolitical challenges, Mongolia has managed to maintain its independence and has gradually transitioned from a communist system to a democratic one. It has also sought to balance its relations with Russia and China by actively developing third neighbor relationships with countries like the United States, Japan, and South Korea, aiming to reduce its economic dependencies on its immediate two neighbors. Let's now head to the crossroads of Eastern Europe and Western Asia, the South Caucasus region, home to the three distinct nations, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. These countries are often subject to debate over whether they belong to Europe or Asia, due to their geographical and cultural intersections. Starting with Georgia, it is a country that has undergone significant transformations since its independence from the Soviet Union in 1991. Its aspirations to integrate into Western institutions like the European Union and NATO have often been met with opposition from Russia, culminating in the Russo-Georgian War in 2008. This conflict led to the separation of two breakaway regions, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, both recognized as independent by Russia but considered by Georgia and the majority of the world as part of Georgia's sovereign territory. Armenia, a nation rich in cultural heritage dating back to ancient times, has faced its own share of challenges. It's the only Christian majority country in the region, surrounded by Muslim majority neighbors. Its relationship with neighboring Azerbaijan has been contentious due to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, a territorial dispute that has led to intermittent violence, most recently in 2020. Speaking of, now lastly, Azerbaijan. Situated on the Caspian Sea, it is known for its significant oil reserves, which have driven its economy. It shares the earlier mentioned historical tensions with Armenia, over the Nagorno-Karabakh, a region recognized internationally as part of Azerbaijan, but populated and governed by ethnic Armenians. In the recent 2020 conflict, Azerbaijan reclaimed much of the territory it lost to the Armenian forces in the early 1990s. The country has been strategic in aligning with Turkey and maintains cordial relations with Russia. Straddling the divide between Europe and Asia, Turkey has historically positioned itself as a bridge between these two continents. However, let's turn our attention towards its relations with its Middle Eastern neighbors, since I covered its European relations in the Europe episode. Turkey and Iran share a complex relationship. They cooperate economically and share common interests in preventing Kurdish autonomy. However, they often find themselves on opposite sides of regional conflicts, such as in Syria and Yemen, reflecting deep-seated sectarian Sunni-Shia divides and competition for regional influence. Turkey's relationship with Iraq has been historically fraught due to the issue of the Kurdish Workers' Party, or the PKK, which Turkey, the EU, and the US classifies as a terrorist group. Turkey has conducted multiple cross-border operations in northern Iraq against the PKK. Turkey and Israel have had a roller coaster relationship. Despite a strategic alliance in the 90s, ties have frayed in recent years due to differing opinions on the Palestinian issue. However, the two countries maintain economic relations and there are many ongoing efforts to mend the diplomatic ties, with Israel sending a lot of aid in the recent Turkish earthquake. The relationship with Saudi Arabia is also tense, especially following the murder of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi in Istanbul. This incident heightened existing tensions over Saudi Arabia's blockade of Qatar. In contrast, Turkey has maintained strong ties with the mentioned Qatar, providing crucial support during the Gulf blockade. It has also increased involvement in Libya, supporting the UN-recognized government of National Accord. Finally, the Syrian civil war remains a significant point in Turkish foreign policy. Turkey has been actively involved in the conflict, positioning itself against the Assad regime, launching military operations against Kurdish forces and hosting millions of Syrian refugees. Syria has unfortunately been a battlefield for competing regional and global powers since the civil war began in 2011, triggered by the Arab Spring. The complex web of alliances and animosities that crisscross Syria have turned it into a microcosm of broader geopolitical struggles. The Syrian government, led by President Bashar al-Assad, has been supported by Russia and Iran. Russia has supplied the Syrian government with military hardware, logistical support, and, crucially, air support, and the infamous Wagner Group had many activities in Syria. Iran, on the other hand, has provided ground troops and has mobilized various proxy groups, including Hezbollah from Lebanon. On the opposition side, a myriad of rebel groups exist, each with different backers. The United States, along with several European and Gulf countries, initially provided support to certain anti-Assad forces. However, the rise of ISIS shifted their focus, leading to the formation of a coalition that supported primarily Kurdish forces in northeast of Syria. Despite the defeat of the ISIS caliphate, the US continues to maintain a military presence in support of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces. This Kurdish minority has carved out a semi-autonomous region in the north known as Rojava. Their fight against ISIS earned them international recognition, but their aspiration for autonomy has caused conflict with Turkey, who views them as a security threat. Given its strategic location and the ongoing civil war, Syria maintains a complicated set of relations with many countries. For example, Israel and Syria have had a long contentious relationship, primarily over the disputed Golan Heights, which Israel has occupied since the 1967 Six-Day War. Occasional incidents including rocket fire and airstrikes keep tensions high. In recent years, Iran's presence in Syria has added another layer of complexity to Israeli-Syrian relations. Since the Syrian civil war, Lebanon has been drawn into the conflict, hosting a significant number of Syrian refugees and experiencing sporadic violence and political tensions related to the Syrian crisis. Iraq and Syria have seen their fates tied closely due to the rise and fall of ISIS, which operate across their shared borders. The instability in Syria has had repercussions in Iraq and vice versa. On a broader level, Syria has been a key arena for regional power struggles, notably between Saudi Arabia and Iran. The former has supported anti-Assad forces, while the latter backs the Syrian regime. This is part of the larger Saudi-Iranian rivalry that extends across the Middle East. Moving on to Syria's neighbor, Iraq. The 2003 US-led invasion, infamously started by Bush lying about Iraq having weapons of mass destruction, ended the autocratic rule of Saddam Hussein, but also ignited widespread violence and political instability. Iraq's relations with its neighbors are complex. To the west, the Syrian conflict has had a spillover effect, with the rise and fall of ISIS affecting Iraq significantly. To the east, Iran exerts considerable influence, leveraging historical, cultural, and religious ties. The Iran-Iraq War from 1980 to 1988, led by the aforementioned deranged Saddam Hussein, left deep scars. But current relations are characterized by close ties, even as Iraq tries to balance its relations with Iran and Iran's regional rivals. To the north, Iraq's relationship with Turkey is complicated by the issue of the Kurdish Workers' Party. Iraq's relationships with global powers are also vital. It continues to navigate its relationship with the US in the post-invasion period, seeking to balance sovereignty concerns with the need for continued security assistance. Another crazy thing Saddam did was invade Kuwait for their oil, but nowadays relations are much better, with Iraq even paying for war reparations. Germany, take a hint. Kuwait's location near Iran and Saudi Arabia influences its geopolitical stance, as it navigates between these regional powerhouses. It also has good relations with the US, hosting American military bases, and it also contributes significantly to the global energy market due to its vast oil reserves. Domestically, Kuwait has a relatively open political system compared to its Gulf neighbors, with an active parliament that can challenge the ruling emir. However, political tensions often arise due to this dynamic. Authoritarian countries don't like it when democracies succeed near them, because it may give bad ideas to the populace. Speaking of corrupt authoritarian governments, Iran's primarily regional adversary is Saudi Arabia, with whom it engages in proxy conflicts across the Middle East. Relations with the US have been tense since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Issues like Iran's nuclear program, its support for groups labeled as terrorist organizations by the US, and its human rights record have contributed to the conflict. The signing of the JCPOA, commonly known as the Iran nuclear deal, under the Obama administration brought a brief relaxation in relations, but tensions flared up again under the Trump administration, who withdrew from the agreement. Iran's relationship with Russia is complicated, but generally cooperative, especially when it comes to Syria. Russia has been a key player in Iran's nuclear program, and both share common interests in countering US influence in the region. Lastly, Iran's ties with Israel are extremely tense, with the two countries often threatening each other with military action. This hostility is rooted in Iran's refusal to acknowledge Israel as a state, its support for groups like Hezbollah, and disagreement over Iran's nuclear program. As we pivot our focus across the waters of the historically contentious Persian Gulf, or Arabian Gulf depending on which shoreline you stand, we find ourselves in Saudi Arabia, a central force in Middle East's geopolitical chessboard. Situated atop the world's most substantial oil reserves, Saudi Arabia carries hefty global influence. Its ties with the United States, though occasionally frayed, remain firm. cemented by petroleum commerce and mutual apprehension over Iran's regional ambitions. In the regional sphere, Saudi Arabia perceives itself as the Sunni Muslim world's leader, standing in stark contrast to Shia-majority Iran. This religious divide often spills over into proxy battles, visible in Yemen and Syria. Historically antagonistic towards Israel due to the Palestinian conflict, recent times have seen a slight softening, fueled by a shared objective of controlling Iran. Despite this, Saudi Arabia hasn't officially recognized Israel, unlike several Arab nations under the Abraham Accords. Nestled in the Persian Gulf, Bahrain, an archipelago of 33 islands, is a key player in the regional geopolitics despite its small size. It's home to the US Navy's 5th Fleet, highlighting its strategic location and close ties with the US. Bahrain has also been a strong ally to Saudi Arabia, which intervened to suppress protests during the Arab Spring. Bahrain's Sunni monarchy rules over a majority Shia population, which has led to international political tensions. Economically, Bahrain has been diversifying away from its limited oil reserves, focusing on finance and tourism. On the regional stage, Bahrain was one of the first Gulf states to normalize relations with Israel under the Abraham Accords, indicating a strategic shift towards alignment with the US. From Bahrain, we hop over the Persian Gulf to its similar western neighbor, Qatar. Despite its small size, Qatar has a big presence on the world stage, thanks to its vast natural gas reserves and ambitious foreign policy. Qatar is home to the forward headquarters of the United States Central Command and the Al Uaid Air Base, which hosts over 10,000 American military personnel. Just like Bahrain, this presence underlines the strategic alliance between the two countries. The nation experienced a diplomatic crisis in 2017 when Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Egypt severed diplomatic relations and imposed a blockade, accusing Qatar of supporting terrorism and being too close to Iran. However, this Gulf crisis was resolved in early 2021, restoring diplomatic and trade ties. The United Arab Emirates, a federation of 7 emirates including Dubai and Abu Dhabi, is a regional power with considerable economic and political influence. As one of the world's largest oil producers, the UAE's wealth has been deployed in creation of world-class infrastructure and a diversified economy, with significant investments in sectors like tourism, aviation, and real estate. The UAE maintains strong relationships with Western powers, particularly the United States, with whom it shares significant defense and economic ties. The presence of American military bases underline the strategic importance of the UAE to the US. Regionally, the UAE plays an active role in the conflicts in Yemen and Libya, where it has used its military power to influence outcomes in line with its interests. In recent years, the UAE has made headlines by normalizing its relations with Israel through the Abraham Accords, a decision that reflects its pragmatic approach to diplomacy and desire to counter Iran's influence in the region. At the same time, the UAE has had a fraught relationship with Iran, with whom it has had territorial disputes over 3 islands in the Persian Gulf. Despite this, the countries maintain economic ties. Oh man, am I excited for this next country. Next up, we have the Switzerland of the Middle East. Nestled at the southeastern tip of the Arabian Peninsula, Oman maintains a neutral and non-interventionist foreign policy. Sultanate of Oman, known for its diplomatic mediation, maintains cordial relations with a range of regional actors, including Iran, and the members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, despite being an oil-producing country. Oman has been making efforts to diversify its economy in light of depleting oil reserves. Yemen, at the southwestern corner of the Arabian Peninsula, is in the throes of a complex and protracted civil war. The conflict involves the internationally recognized Yemeni government, backed by Saudi Arabia, and the Houthi rebel group, aligned with Iran. This struggle has turned Yemen into a proxy battlefield for Saudi-Iranian rivalry, exacerbating the country's humanitarian crisis. The Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan has navigated a challenging regional environment. Despite its lack of significant natural resources, Jordan maintains relative stability thanks, in part, to its balanced diplomacy. Its relationship with Israel, formalized through the peace treaty in 1994, has had its ups and downs due to the issues like Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but the two maintain diplomatic and trade ties. Jordan hosts a large number of Syrian refugees due to the ongoing conflict in Syria, adding to its previous Palestinian and Iraqi refugee populations. This has put pressure on its economy and infrastructure. Jordan's relationship with the US is generally strong, with the American military and economic aid being a vital part of the country. It's part of the US-led coalition against ISIS, reflecting its anti-terrorism stance. Jordan also maintains relations with other global and regional powers, such as Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia. Moving on to Lebanon. Lebanon's most significant political player is the many times previously mentioned Shiite political and militant group, Hezbollah, which has its own substantial military capability. Backed by Iran, it effectively operates as a state within a state. This often brings Lebanon into regional tensions and conflicts, including those involving Israel, which fought a war with Hezbollah in 2006. Lebanon also shares a complex relationship with its neighbors of Syria and Jordan. Its ties with Syria are particularly intricate due to the long Syrian occupation of Lebanon, as well as the ongoing Syrian civil war, which has led to a massive influx of refugees into Lebanon. Lebanon's relationship with the US and other Western nations is complicated due to the influence of Hezbollah. While these countries often provide financial and security assistance, they also express concerns over Hezbollah's role in the Lebanese political and security apparatus. Domestically, Lebanon is grappling with a severe and ongoing economic crisis, which has led to significant unrest. The devastating explosion in the port of Beirut in 2020 only worsened the situation, leading to wide-ranging demands for political and economic reform. Making a big jump back to South Asia, now Bangladesh. Relations between Bangladesh and its larger neighbor India are generally friendly, with extensive trade and cultural ties. However, issues like border management and the sharing of water resources from common rivers sometimes strain relationships. Bangladesh's relationship with Pakistan, from which it gained independence in 1971 after a brutal war, is more complicated. The War Crimes Tribunal in Bangladesh, which tried to convict several individuals for war crimes during the 1971 war, has been a source of tension. China has increasingly become a key player in Bangladesh, investing in several major infrastructure projects under the Belt and Road Initiative. The relationship is primarily economic, with China being Bangladesh's largest trading partner. Bangladesh also hosts over 1 million Rohingya refugees from Myanmar, leading to strained relations with them. A landlocked nation nestled in the Himalayas, is bordered by two major powers, China to the north and India to the south. Its geopolitical posture is significantly influenced by these neighbors. Historically, Nepal has had closer ties with India, but China's increasing influence in the region is noteworthy. Its foreign policy is carefully balanced to maintain good relations with both countries. Now for last, I will cover my favorite country in Asia, Bhutan. Just like Nepal, Bhutan is situated in between India and China. Bhutan is a small landlocked Himalayan kingdom known for its strong commitment to environmental conservation. Bhutan is the only carbon-positive country in the world, meaning it absorbs more carbon dioxide than it produces. This achievement is a testament to its deeply ingrained Buddhist principles, which emphasize harmony with nature. On the foreign policy front, Bhutan maintains strong ties with India, but does not have formal diplomatic relations with China. Being the only country on Earth to not recognize Taiwan or mainland China. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe. And as always, farewell, żegnam, and goodbye. Alright, I forgot. Israel. Similarly to how I was scared of covering the Balkans in the Europe video, I am not looking forward to talking about the complexities of Israel, because I know how passionate and opinionated people are on this. But here goes nothing. Israel, a country deeply rooted in history and religious significance, was established in 1948 primarily as a refuge for Jews around the world following the horrors of World War II and the Holocaust. The United Nations Partition Plan of 1947 proposed a division of the British-controlled Palestine Mandate into an Arab state, a Jewish state, and the special international regime for the city of Jerusalem. However, this was not fully implemented due to the rejection by Arab leaders and the ensuing conflict. From the Israeli perspective, the creation of Israel was the realization of a centuries-old dream of a national homeland for the Jewish people, in the land of their ancestors. Israelis often highlight their country's democratic institutions and commitment to human rights in a region where such values can be scarce. They also point out that despite international criticism, Israel has faced numerous existential threats and needs to secure its borders. Israel's settlement policy has been a point of significant contention in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Israeli settlements are Israeli civilian communities established on land captured from Jordan, Egypt, and Syria during the 1967 Six-Day War, and are considered illegal by the international community, though Israel disputes this. One such example is the Israeli settlements in the West Bank, an area seen by Palestinians as the heart of a future independent state. Israeli settlement construction has continued in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, despite international condemnation. These settlements are often protected by the Israeli military, leading to tension and sometimes violence with the Palestinian population. Palestinians and some in the international community see these settlements as a tool for Israel to establish facts on the ground and to prevent formation of a continuous Palestinian state. The expansion often includes demolition of Palestinian homes and eviction of Palestinian families, causing human rights concerns. More from the Palestinian perspective, the creation of Israel represents the Nakba, or the catastrophe, involving displacement and the loss of homes and lives. They argue for the right of return for refugees and their descendants and point out the ongoing Israeli settlements in the West Bank, which are seen as encroaching upon land envisioned as part of a future Palestinian state. Palestinians and their supporters have been accused of anti-Israeli actions and incitement. The most significant of these is the launching of rocket attacks into Israeli territory, mostly by militant groups like Hamas. These attacks target civilian areas and have led to numerous Israeli civilian casualties over the years. To counter these rockets, Israel has developed one of the most advanced missile defense systems in the world, known as the Iron Dome. The system can intercept and destroy short-range rockets mid-air, with a reported success rate as high as 90%. Its effectiveness was shown during the 2012 and 2014 conflict with Gaza, and more recently in the 2021 Israeli-Gaza crisis, where it intercepted hundreds of rockets launched towards Israeli cities. The Iron Dome, along with other measures such as the controversial West Bank barrier, has significantly reduced the impact of rockets attacks and suicide bombings on Israeli soil. However, they haven't solved the underlying issues and the cycles of violence continue. The many times mentioned Six-Day War of 1967 was a pivotal moment for Israel. In response to perceived threats from neighboring Arab nations, Israel launched a preemptive strike and absolutely destroyed tons of Muslim countries by capturing the Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip, West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights. The war significantly altered the geography and political landscape of the Middle East, showing to the Arab world that Israel is stronger than they thought. In terms of international relations, the US-Israel alliance stands out. the US has been a key supporter of Israel, providing military aid and diplomatic backing. This relationship is often attributed to shared democratic values, strategic interest, and strong pro-Israeli sentiment among American voters, especially after 9/11, since both countries now have a lot of Muslim hate. Regionally, Israel's relations with its neighbors have been strained due to the Palestinian issue and broader Arab-Israeli conflict. However, the recent Abraham Accord brokered by the US marked a significant shift as the UAE and Bahrain agreed to normalize relations with Israel, followed by Sudan and Morocco. Despite these advancements, Israel's relations with Iran remains deeply antagonistic, exacerbated by Iran's alleged pursuit of nuclear weapons and support of anti-Israel groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza. Since the countries and cultures of Africa are so distant to each other, there isn't much that unites these countries. One thing that unites almost all African countries is their shared colonial past, and this shared struggle and history has birthed the idea of the African Union. Conceived in Durban in 2002, African nations hope to prosper from being the poorest continent on Earth to resolve issues through this union by integrating economies and geopolitics. It's a vision reminiscent of the European Union, but rooted in a uniquely African context. The EU was born from the ashes of World War II. Its primary goal was to prevent another devastating war through economic and political integration. The AU, however, rose from the remnants of the colonial rule. It sought to unite, not just to prevent conflict, but to reclaim Africa's identity, enhance its economic independence, and amplify its global voice. Just like I mentioned in the first video, countries that are part of a continental union usually still prefer to focus on regional influence and power. A primary example of this is the East African Community, where full political unity has been attempted in the past, with close cooperation between these countries still being very prevalent. The EAC is a regional intergovernmental organization comprising 6 countries: Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan. It was established with the aim of fostering cooperation in terms of political, economic, and social integration. It has advanced quite a bit in terms of trade integration, with custom unions in place since 2005, a common market since 2010, and ongoing discussions about a monetary union. South Sudan is the newest country on Earth. Living in modern-day South Sudan might be the worst place to live on Earth, with an ongoing civil war that has engulfed the new nation. It gained interdependence in 2011 from the then biggest country in Africa, Sudan. This divide was a result of a religious conflict with these resulting borders. You might have noticed this region squished in between these nations, called the Abyei area. Abyei has found itself at the heart of tug-of-war between these two nations. The Ngok Dinka people who traditionally inhabit the area align culturally with the south. However, each year the Miseria Arab cattle herders migrate from the north through Abyei, and therefore both claim rights to the land. A special administrative status was provided to Abyei by the 2004 protocol, which stated that it belonged to both Sudan and South Sudan. Yet, its fate remains undetermined due to failed referendums. Both Ethiopia and Uganda have close relations with South Sudan. They played a pivotal role during South Sudan's struggle for independence and continue to exert influence in the country. The East African Bloc of Intergovernmental Authority on Development has been central in mediating the peace processes in South Sudan. Despite their separation, Sudan and South Sudan are economically interdependent. South Sudan holds 3/4 of the former Sudan's oil reserves, but relies on pipelines running through Sudan to export it. Sudan has a funny dispute with Egypt, both countries not claiming the Bir Tawil area. In short, both countries adhere to different treaties because they want control over the more important coast of the Halab Triangle. Moving to Ethiopia. Being the biggest regional power, and the last country in Africa to get conquered by the Europeans, nowadays has a very tense relation with Egypt over building dams. Ethiopia wants to increase its power supply significantly by using the Blue Nile for hydropower. In 2011, Ethiopia began construction on the GERD, or GERD for short, which would be Africa's largest hydroelectric power plant when completed. Ethiopia views the dam as essential for its economic development and electrification. It would provide significant energy production, allowing Ethiopia to invest in industries and infrastructure, potentially lifting millions out of poverty. On the other hand, Egypt has opposed the dam's construction since its inception. The Nile River is Egypt's primary source of fresh water, and Egypt is concerned that the dam will significantly reduce the amount of water it receives from the Nile. Sudan, located between Egypt and Ethiopia, also relies heavily on the Nile and has had a changing stance on the GERD. It stands to benefit from the dam through access to cheap electricity and reduced flooding, but it also shares concerns about water flow regulation and safety. Given Egypt's significant reliance on the Nile to support its large population, it has declared that it would be ready to blow up Ethiopia's dams with its superior air force, but this could lead to a full-on war in the region. Egypt is one of the most Arab-connected countries in Africa. Being part of the Arab League, it is often grouped into the Middle East. And as all Arab countries do, Egypt has a lot of conflict with Israel, with Egypt devastatingly losing the Six-Day War in 1967. However, the Egypt-Israel peace treaty has held since 1979, but relations have often been cold. Mutual security concerns, particularly around the Gaza Strip, means that there's a level of strategic cooperation. But Egypt has traditionally been a champion of the Palestinian cause, and it often mediates between Israel and the Hamas. However, it also controls its border with the Gaza Strip very tightly. Egypt was one of the first countries in Africa to gain significant autonomy from the British Empire. The reason for this was its ability to use the important trading route of the Suez Canal as leverage for negotiations. Egypt has always closely watched its neighbors and seeks to influence geographically, like, for example, with Libya. Libya, unique as North Africa's past colony of Italy, has faced pervasive instability since the 2011 revolution that ousted Muammar Gaddafi. This turmoil has exerted a profound influence on its neighbors, particularly Tunisia, Egypt, and Chad, as they grapple with refugees, smuggling, and spillover of armed groups. Egypt's relationship with Libya has been especially crucial, marked by its support for the Libyan National Army under Khalifa Haftar during the Libyan Civil War. Another country significantly impacted by Libya's instability is Algeria. Algeria has voiced concerns about the security of its extensive desert border with Libya. Advocating for political dialogue, Algeria consistently rejects foreign military intervention in Libya. Moving far west, Morocco shares a rocky relationship with Algeria. Strained by the unresolved Western Sahara conflict, Algeria backs the Polisario Front's independence claims, leading to a diplomatic tug-of-war with Morocco. But I'll talk more about that in a bit. Nestled between Algeria and Libya, Tunisia grapples with maintaining internal stability, all while handling an influx of refugees fleeing the conflict in Libya. To the east, Egypt is more a passive observer. It actively supports the Libyan National Army in a bid to establish a friendly, stable government that would ensure border security and counter extremist groups. Morocco and Algeria, despite their shared cultural history, French colonial past, and their strong Muslim-Arabic identities, have taken divergent political paths, leading to present-day tensions. This is reminiscent to the dynamics between Ukrainians and Belarusians, who are similar in many aspects yet have very differing governments. Nowadays, these countries are in constant proxy wars and are currently going through an arms race. Morocco has always had closer ties to the West because of its geographical closeness. Surprisingly, Morocco was the first country on Earth to recognize the United States. But France is its biggest trading partner, and Spain also does a lot of trade, although there have been tensions with Spain because of the exclaves in Morocco's territory. If you look on a world map, often there's this awkward place in the south of Morocco called Western Sahara. Before World War I, Morocco was split into two colonies, with France controlling the north and Spain the south. Upon decolonization after World War II, Morocco gained independence, but initially only incorporated the French former territories. The concept of defined national borders was not deeply ingrained in the tribal societies of Africa at the time, and this led to both Morocco and Mauritania laying claim to the Spanish-controlled south, known as Western Sahara. However, the indigenous Sahrawi people, led by the Polisario Front, also asserted their independence, declaring the establishment of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and also fought for independence. By 1979, Mauritania had withdrawn its claim, leaving the territory in dispute between Morocco and the Polisario Front. The United Nations has been involved since the late 80s in trying to negotiate a settlement. In 1991, a ceasefire has reached, with the understanding that a referendum would be held to determine Western Sahara's future. However, disagreements over who is eligible to vote have prevented this referendum from taking place. Despite Morocco effectively controlling most of the territory, the UN still refers to Western Sahara as a non-self-governing territory. The Polisario Front, with the earlier mentioned SADR which they formed, have been recognized by some countries and are a full member of the African Union. However, some countries recognize Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara. So in many maps and geopolitical references, Western Sahara appears separately due to this internationally disputed status. The earlier mentioned Mauritania has suffered many economic downturns recently, that also being the reason for it removing its claim over Western Sahara. Mauritania is not very well known, being one of the least visited countries on Earth. And to be honest, whenever I saw it on a map, I thought it said Mauritius, which is an island in Africa that was once controlled by the French, then British, and now is independent. Anyway, back to Mauritania. So Mauritania is mostly friendly or neutral with its neighbors, favoring relations with similar nomadic desert people. Politically, this country has been trying to get closer to its northern Arabic brothers, but the people of Mauritania share the most with the country of Mali. Now to the aforementioned easternmost country in Africa, Mauritius. In a nutshell, the Chagos Archipelago dispute revolves around the claim by Mauritius that the UK unlawfully separated the archipelago from Mauritius in 1965, 3 years before Mauritius got independence. The UK then expelled the local Chagosian population to lease the largest island, Diego Garcia, to the US for use of a military base. Mauritius contends that this separation was conducted under duress and violates international law. In 2019, the International Court of Justice ruled an advisory opinion that the UK should end its administration of the Chagos Archipelago and return it to Mauritius. However, as of now, the UK has not done so, maintaining its position due to strategic defense interests. This dispute remains unsolved. Known for once hosting the world's richest man, who famously gave away tons of gold, modern Mali's principal political challenge is the Northern Independence Movement. This movement primarily composes of ethnic Tuaregs. It seeks to establish an independent state named Azawad. The north, with its desert landscape and cultural ties to the Arab world, starkly contrasts with its tropical, predominantly black south. Now Senegal, once the capital of the French West Africa, benefited from considerable investments and development during the colonial times. This has led to an enduring relationship with France, even after its independence, It also has close ties with other former French colonies, such as Vietnam and Lebanon. In 1960, immediately following decolonization, Senegal formed the federation with French Sudan, or now Mali. But this union only lasted 2 months before a standoff led to its dissolution, leaving Mali landlocked. However, this isn't Senegal's only experiment with political unions. It attempted another union with Gambia in 1982, which was also short-lived. One of Senegal's most unique geographical features is its border with the Gambia, a nation that's essentially just a river. Somewhat reminiscent of Egypt's Nile-centric geography, but minus all the desert. Senegal played a crucial role in supporting Guinea's independence, which has led to strong ties between the two countries to the present day. Moving on to Guinea. Even though they share a similar name, this country should not be mixed up with Guinea-Bissau, Papua New Guinea, or Equatorial Guinea. You may wonder why there are so many countries with this name. In a nutshell, the non-African and African correlation is a coincidence, and the two African countries of Guinea and Guinea-Bissau are after the Portuguese named general area of Southwest Africa. And since Guinea got its independence first, it got dibs on the name. And when the Portuguese colony got its independence, they named it Guinea-Bissau, adding the capital of the country to make it distinct. But what about Equatorial Guinea? It isn't part of that region. Well, the Spanish colony of Equatorial Guinea first consisted of only the northern part, which was barely part of the general region. And since both names were taken, the Spanish Africans called it Equatorial Guinea. You can tell they really run out of ideas since this country isn't even close to the equator. While the last country of Papua New Guinea was named after Papua, as the region was called then, and added Guinea because the Spanish explorers saw West Africans and indigenous island people thousands of miles away as the same people. Anyways, back to the first Guinea. Guinea is part of the Economic Community of West African States. Although Guinea has had complex relations with its neighbors due to cross-border ethnic ties and occasional tensions, it has received refugees from Liberia and Sierra Leone during the civil wars. And Guinea's own political instability has sometimes strained relationships, although still having a special connection with the French world. Now to its Portuguese twin, Guinea-Bissau. Other than names, the countries share the similarity of being the least visited countries in Africa. Guinea-Bissau has beef with its colonial overlord of Portugal, liking more to align itself with the rest of the Lusophone world. Although Guinea-Bissau remains economically dependent on Portugal, and Guinea's biggest ally is Cape Verde, with them being united when fighting the Portuguese. There isn't much to say about Cape Verde, other than it's close with the Lusophone world and the US because of there being a large US diaspora. I'm tired of talking about West Africa, so how about we move where we started, East Africa. All the way to the east is a hidden country of Somaliland. All of Somaliland lays in the official territory of Somalia. Historically, the difference between these states is that eastern Somalia was once ruled by the brutally oppressive Italians, and the western part was ruled by the still oppressive but a bit less British. After both got their independence, Somaliland was an actual recognized independent state, before joining up with the rest of Somalia. The two countries are ruled by very different clans, the Somaliland being much more united, stable, and economically prosperous, under the Isaac family. These factors is what enabled it to fund the secessionist militia. Therefore, in the 80s, they fought a war, and in 1991, it declared independence. But sadly, almost no country wants to recognize this country because they don't want to incentivize secession movements. And there is no interest in giving attention for a faraway African state with minimal geopolitical impact. However, looking back, now you may think, why did Sudan get its independence? Well, does Somaliland have an American actor and filmmaker George Clooney advocating for its independence? Anyways, if we look up, we have Djibouti. Djibouti uses its curvy and geographically strategic location in the Horn of Africa and the control of the Persian Gulf to make a lot of money. Like most strategically vital booties, Djibouti's political focus is primarily by selling out land for military bases, with Chinese and US bases right next to each other. Other than that, it is very popular to go diving in Djibouti, and Djibouti always seems to have the potential to surpass its neighbors with its extremely strategic location, with all of Ethiopia's maritime trade having to go through the cracks of Djibouti. Finally, squeezing our way out of Djibouti, we reach Eritrea. Before making this video, all I knew about Eritrea was that it is the place they use for the Republic of Wadiya in the movie The Dictator. Also, that it is the most corrupt country on earth. Eritrea is often called the North Korea of Africa, with it having a very strict isolationist policy. For example, the government decides arbitrarily how long you should be in the military, and Eritrea is not accepting any foreign aid, wanting to make its citizens more independent. Eritrea fought a gruesome 20-year war with its ethnically similar neighbor of Ethiopia, which resulted in its independence. Eritrea's isolation is one of the reasons why Ethiopia has to squeeze its trade through the more friendly Djibouti. Other than that, Eritrea is often in conflict with the other Persian Gulf countries, since it often tries to raise tariffs, causing countries to respond with sanctions, only deepening Eritrea's isolation. The Tigray conflict, beginning in November 2020, pitches Ethiopia's federal government against the Tigray People's Liberation Front, drawing in Eritrea and unsettling the Horn of Africa region geopolitically. This ironically made the two countries of Egypt and Eritrea closer, since they both have to fight this movement. Now that we are done with the North and the Horn of Africa, let's go south and move our way up from Southern Africa, starting with the lazily named country of South Africa. South Africa is one of Africa's largest economies and plays a significant leadership role in the region. It is a key member of the African Union and the Southern African Development Community, which also consists of Angola, Botswana, Comoros, Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. South Africa being the richest member, often acting as a mediator in regional conflicts. South Africa is a member of the BRICS Association of Emerging Economies, along with Brazil, Russia, India, and China. This membership reflects South Africa's global economic relevance and ambition. In a nutshell, the BRICS nations are a group of big geopolitically significant countries that hold annual meetings to talk about economic goals and how to geopolitically lesser the influence of the US dollar as the universal exchange currency. South Africa has long-standing relations with Western countries. The United States and the European Union are significant trading partners, and they also collaborate in areas such as health, education, and the environment. However, there are occasional disagreements over issues such as trade policies and human rights. And now going more into these human rights. South Africa is known for its brutal apartheid, which lasted all the way into the 90s, which separated black, colored, and white people into different social levels in society, with white people getting extreme favoritism in all aspects of life, including education, living area, rights, and public services. Nowadays, all the people of South Africa are equal under law, but still South Africa is the most unequal country on earth. Both Lesotho and Eswatini are enclaves within South Africa and are economically dependent on it. South Africa has historically played a role in mediating political crises in these countries. Both Lesotho and Eswatini were British protectorates during the colonial era. They managed to maintain their independence due to successful diplomatic negotiations and a strong desire to preserve their unique cultural identities. After the colonial era ended, both nations remained separate from South Africa and maintained their sovereignty. Nowadays, both countries are very close with South Africa, although Eswatini, as one of the world's last absolute monarchies, has faced criticism over governance and human rights issues. To the north of South Africa, we have Botswana, the biggest success story of Africa. Once one of the poorest nations on the planet, Botswana transformed its fortunes by effectively managing its diamond resources and maintaining stable democratic governance. Today, it's one of Africa's most prosperous nations, shining brighter than the diamonds it's known for. Botswana and South Africa enjoy solid relations and strong economic ties, largely due to its geographical proximity. Sure, they occasionally butt heads over issues like cross-border crime and water sharing, but they generally handle these matters like mature adults. To the west of Botswana, we have Namibia. South Africa administered Namibia under the League of Nations mandate until its independence in 1990. Nowadays, these three nations of Botswana, Namibia and South Africa are very closely integrated and have favorable relations. To the east, we find Zimbabwe. While it enjoys its economic ties with China, it suffers from US sanctions and persistent economic and political issues, impacting relations with its neighbors, partly due to waves of migrants seeking better opportunities. Moving north from Botswana, we come across an unusual border. The only place on Earth where four nations, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe and Zambia, nearly converge. Pre-World War II Germany, controlling Namibia, traded with the UK to secure this thin strip of land for access to the Zambezi River, hoping for a faster route to the Indian Ocean. But a towering waterfall has always obstructed river travel. In practice, the British scammed the Germans, but made sure to emphasize their no refund policy. This isn't just a curious border, it's crucial. Thanks to Japanese investment, a new bridge was built over the Zambezi River just in 2021, strengthening this key trade route. This bridge is the sole route for shipping cobalt from southern Congo, home to 60% of the world's supply. Cobalt is used for most electronics, of which Japan is known to produce a lot of, so it is clear why they would have a keen interest in this cobalt transportation. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, or the DRC, is practically overflowing with resources: cobalt, gold, coal, and iron ore, just to name a few. But did you know it was once the personal property of King Leopold II? Not a colony of Belgium, but a personal possession. A playground where unimaginable atrocities, including mass hand amputations, were committed. To this day, this chilling history feeds the tensions between Belgium and the DRC, all while Belgium sits comfortably on the wealth gained from its exploitation, and the DRC, ironically, ranks among the world's poorest countries, wrestling with this mismanagement and an unforgiving terrain. But let's dive deeper. You see, in the aftermath of decolonization, Africa was left with borders as arbitrary as they could get, and these often stoked the flames of ethnic conflicts. Enter the Tutsi tribe, who inhabit the areas around the Great Lakes. Known for their height and traditionally upper-class status, they fell victim to a large-scale genocide in 1994, led by the Hutu majority, which was especially brutal in Rwanda. This set the stage for the First Congo War, where Rwanda and Uganda played offense, invading eastern DRC to bring down the remaining genocide perpetrators. Swift and strategic, the Alliance of Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Congo Zaire, backed by Rwanda and Uganda, it took control like a storm. Well, the storm was far from over. suspicious of puppet leadership, led to the Second Congo War, dubbed the African World War. This was one of the deadliest conflicts in recent history, involving a medley of African nations, including the DRC, Rwanda, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Angola, Namibia, Burundi, Sudan, and Chad, all battling for a piece of the Congo's beautiful resources. Despite the war's official end in 2003, the eastern DRC remains a hotspot for instability, with numerous active armed groups hindering the country's recovery and development. A stark reminder of the African World War's profound and enduring impact on Africa's geopolitical landscape. Despite the historical tensions stemming from these wars, Uganda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo have recently turned a new page, pledging to cooperate against terrorist groups. Eastward, one of the Uganda's significant allies in trade is Kenya, with whom they've rolled up their sleeves to work on infrastructure projects like the Standard Gauge Railway. But like in any relationship, disagreements pop up over issues such as tariffs and non-tariff barriers. You can't talk about Uganda without mentioning Idi Amin. His rule was a turbulent chapter in Uganda's history, marked by economic collapse, following the expulsion of the critical Asian minority and devastating genocide. His military adventure into Tanzania ended with his downfall, bringing a much-needed regime change that turned the page for Ugandan-Tanzanian relations. Today, the two countries enjoy a significant improved relationship, showing how time and diplomacy can heal historical wounds. Rwanda and Uganda might be like siblings in a family. Closeness breeds from camaraderie and competition. Yes, there have been strained moments between them, with disputes over border closures, espionage allegations, and political tension. Yet, beneath it all, they share deep-rooted cultural and economic ties and shared legacy in the East African community, minus the recent hiccups with the Congo, of course. Rwanda, intriguingly, is often hailed as the Singapore of Africa. According to the World Bank, it's the continent's most competitive economy and a paradise for business. But how did Rwanda achieve this? Post the horrific genocide and the war, Rwanda adopted cost-efficient policies to deal with the mammoth task of trying the many perpetrators from the war and genocide. It also instilled a volunteer-based cleaning program that became the cornerstone of its national rebuilding effort. What's more, they channelized significant investments into education and infrastructure. The results are hard to ignore. Literacy rates skyrocketed from 50% in 2000 to 75% in 2020. That's why Rwanda is called the Singapore of Africa. Rwanda and Burundi might look like inseparable twins squished between their gigantic neighbors on a map. But don't let their geographical closeness fool you. The relationship is a bit more complicated than it seems. Both nations have accused each other of some pretty serious stuff, like meddling in internal affairs, backing rival groups, and stirring up instability. The DRC has also jumped into the fray too, accusing Burundi of supporting armed groups within its borders. But remember, their shared history of ethnic conflicts add an additional layer to these tense relations. So while they may appear close on the map, when it comes to politics, they are worlds apart. Everyone loves Tanzania. Even Burundi, known for its complex relations, maintains pretty positive ties with it. In 1964, two newly independent territories, Zanzibar and Tanganyika, united to form Tanzania. You might recall the Zanzibar from history class, where the shortest war in history against the British happened. The Anglo-Zanzibar War, a hot 40-minute episode triggered when a Sultan, Khalid bin Barkshad, jumped onto the throne without British approval. On the inside, Zanzibar enjoys a lot of autonomy. On the outside, Tanzania is a massive supporter of the East African Confederation, a proposed union of the usual suspects: Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, and of course Tanzania. So for Zanzibar, keeping things friendly with these states is more than just a good neighbor policy, it's a geopolitical must. However, they've got a bit of a feud with Malawi. The entire shoreline of Lake Malawi is claimed by Malawi. When a lake practically defines your country, you bet they're gonna try to be pretty particular about who gets their hands on it. So that's where most of Tanzania's geopolitical energy is focused on, keeping a firm grip on Lake Malawi. So here's the curious thing about Malawi. Despite the disputes over the Zambezi and Shire rivers and few islands that ruffle its relationship with Mozambique, it has a knack for keeping things friendly with its neighbors. Even though Malawi's got a lot of issues around its lake, when it comes to modern geopolitics, they're all about making friends. Their good buddies, South Africa, are especially tight, investing tons of cash into Malawi. Mozambique, geographically distant from the rest of the Lusophone world, finds strong alliances within its region, with powers like Tanzania and South Africa. So strong in fact that Mozambique did a diplomatic backflip and joined the Commonwealth of Nations in 1995. But the ties with the Portuguese haven't been entirely severed. Mozambique and Angola, another Portuguese-speaking nation, have maintained their sibling bond. They've recently signed an agreement for visa-free travel between each other. As for resources, it has newly discovered impressive offshore natural gas reserves, transforming the country into a rising star in the global energy market, like many other African countries. Moving on to the country with my favorite flag, Angola. This state became embroiled in a civil war between the People's Movement for Liberation of Angola, supported by the Soviet Union and Cuba, and the National Union for Total Independence of Angola, backed by the United States and South Africa. The civil war lasted nearly 3 decades, devastating the country to such an extent that it is now one of the most expensive countries on earth, even beating Denmark. Because of this long civil war, the country didn't have much time or resources to invest in infrastructure and now produces only 1% of what it used to in agriculture. Angola is also separated into two, with a small northern territory containing and producing around 60% of Angola's oil, with oil being the main industry carrying the nation's economy, with over 95% of the exports being oil. Angola is crucial to Zambia's exports. Zambia is famed for its Victoria Falls. It is peaceful since its 1964 independence from Britain. Regionally, Zambia maintains good relations with its neighbors and plays an active role in the SADC. However, border disputes with Botswana over Zambezi River occasionally cause strain. Taking a leap over Tanzania over to Kenya, the tech wizard of Africa. You've heard of their lightning-fast runners, but internally they've been playing a game of tribal tug-of-war. It's been a tough one, but things are starting to look up. Britain has left a lasting legacy here, and it isn't just their love for tea, although Kenya has embraced that, becoming the 3rd largest producer of tea. In the African neighborhood, Kenya's got a strong relationship with Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Uganda. If there's one thing that brings Kenya and Ethiopia together more than anything, it is their shared mistrust of Somalia. While Tanzania and Uganda are all in the same Swahili-speaking boat, and together they form the Triarchy of Lake Victoria. Hopping over to the smaller Second Congo, or as it's known officially, the Republic of Congo. You might also know it by its capital, Brazzaville, hence Congo-Brazzaville. It seems that most modern arguments around here are fueled by, well, fuel. That is disputes over oil-rich territories with Gabon and Angola, and its heavyweight sibling, the bigger Congo. Although the smaller Congo carries less weight, it's doing much better than its big brother. And the two share a lot culturally, but not politically. While today Congo-Brazzaville might be capitalist, it once followed the principles of the Marxist-Leninist theory, aligning itself snugly with the communist USSR for a good 30 years post-independence. You might have noticed that Congo-Brazzaville looks like it's eating Gabon. Moving on to Gabon. Despite the minor disputes with Equatorial Guinea over a few islands, a conflict that understandably intensifies with the presence of oil, Gabon is performing remarkably well compared to its neighbors. Particularly impressive is its infrastructure and rail development. The country has successfully harnessed its oil wealth to facilitate cheap imports for its people. Surprisingly, Gabon enjoys a close relationship with Morocco, attributed to part to the friendship between their presidents. It also maintains a warm relation with its neighbors Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea, despite the occasional territorial disputes. Cameroon, just like other coastal nations we've discussed, has its fair share of maritime disputes, primarily with Equatorial Guinea and Nigeria. On the diplomatic stage, Cameroon is close with the Big Congo, the Central African Republic, and of course, Chad. Which begs the question, why? Well, these relations are vital for regional security and economic cooperation. But let's say see you soon to Cameroon and move on to Equatorial Guinea. Like I mentioned earlier, Equatorial Guinea is the biggest misnomer on Earth, with it being around 100 kilometers away from the equator. The name was meant to give a general sense of the location, courtesy to the Spanish, who it seems had their hands too full with America to pay attention to their lone colony in this part of Africa. The Spanish colonial history has left Equatorial Guinea with a unique legacy. It's the only Spanish-speaking country in Africa, creating an unusual cultural bridge to Spain and Latin America. The Central African Republic, another victim of unimaginative map labeling, so I'll just be calling it CAR. CAR has not been doing too well recently because of instability and coups, but every cloud has a silver lining, and for CAR that's Cameroon, a good buddy sharing much more than just cultural bonds. Cameroon is CAR's road to the sea. Chad, just like Equatorial Guinea and Gabon, has played an active role in CAR's internal conflicts, with Chadian forces participating in peacekeeping missions. However, this involvement has been controversial, with allegations of Chadian support for certain factions within the CAR. Moving on to the best shaped country in Africa, Chad. Chad is known for looking like a Chad face with a slick haircut. Well, Libya was jealous of Chad's fashion sense and invaded them to make the borders look like this. However, Chad managed to keep its haircut after some fighting. This entire conflict was pointless, since the mountains of Chad's hair don't have any resources and have only resulted in these tensions. Unlike Chad in our world, Chad has a problem with making friends, having land disputes with Sudan and minimal to non-diplomatic relations with its neighbors. The biggest thing uniting Chad with its African brothers would be countries like Nigeria, Cameroon, and Niger, which all together had to fight the Islamist militant organization of Boko Haram. More on them later. Niger likes to align itself more with West Africa, with it currently constructing more rail connections to them. Similarly to Chad, Niger has found allies by uniting against the Boko Haram, which by the way has been defeated in 2021. And therefore Niger is tactically close to Mali, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Benin, probably having the most tense relations with Libya, since armed groups and weapons have crossed the porous borders into northern Nigeria, contributing to insecurity in the region. Next up, the heavyweight of Africa, Nigeria, boasting 200 million people and the continent's biggest economy, pumped up by Africa's largest oil exports. Nigeria is not just a big deal in its neighborhood in West Africa, but it flexes its muscles in the African Union and the economic community of West African states too. Internally, Nigeria has been tussling with oil insurgencies down south and Islamist militias up north, including the infamous mentioned Boko Haram. It also had high-stakes spat with Cameroon over oil-rich Bakassi Peninsula, a dispute Cameroon won in court. But the Nigerian locals aren't taking the loss very well. Nigeria shares Lake Chad Basin with Chad, Niger, and Cameroon, a potential powder keg as the lake shrinks, ratcheting up pressure over resources. With South Africa, it's a frenemy situation. There's cooperation but also competition and diplomatic tensions thanks to xenophobic violence against Nigerians in South Africa. But not all relations are complicated. Nigeria and Ghana are two peas in a pod, sharing common language and intertwined histories. Ghana, the golden child of West Africa, has been a shining beacon of democracy since 1992, peacefully passing the leadership baton in a region that often tips over to political instability. Its wrangle with the Ivory Coast over oil-rich offshore territories had a happy ending in 2017, when the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea played referee and ruled in Ghana's favor. Both countries have since been on their best behavior, respecting and implementing the decisions. Tensions occasionally arise with Burkina Faso over usage of the Volta River that runs between them. Nevertheless, they remain close. Speaking of, Burkina Faso, amidst its own internal chaos with political instability and militant insurgencies, seems to find solace in the arms of its Arab buddies, particularly Libya. Together, they've set the cornerstone for the community of Sahel-Saharan states, extending their friendship to a regional collaboration. Yet, back home in the neighborhood, Burkina Faso seems to have many ongoing conflicts with its immediate neighbors. Being in Burkina Faso, we move down to Benin. Benin has a dispute with Burkina Faso over this town called Porga. But Benin isn't just about territorial squabbles, it's also the master of voodoo diplomacy, channeling its deep-rooted voodoo cultural history to create diplomatic ties and promote cultural exchanges, especially with Caribbean countries like Trinidad and Haiti. After Benin's independence, it saw a Soviet-backed Marxist coup that turned the nation communist and set the stage for a close bond with the USSR. Time has moved on, but the friendship remains. Despite this, Benin manages to keep it warm with Nigeria and Togo, proving it's quite a diplomatic juggler. It was nice being in Benin, but now we have to go to Togo. Denmark was the first to colonize Togo and parts of Ghana. Interestingly, in Denmark today, there's a significant community of people with Ghanaian roots. Togo, on the other hand, has deep connection to West Africa. The country is particularly close with Ghana and Benin, and the three share a high degree of integration. But let's not forget Togo's political side. It has seen the Gnagsby family in power for decades, which has sparked internal tensions. It's sad, but we have to go to a different country now. Since 1986, Côte d'Ivoire is the only country that insists to be named only in its native language of French. But that is stupid, so I'll be calling it Ivory Coast. Despite the scars left by the civil wars, Ivory Coast has done well in maintaining positive relations with its fellow French-speaking countries, particularly Mali and Burkina Faso. Shifting gears to my personal African favorite, Liberia, is a country with a unique backstory. Founded by freed African American slaves and freeborn African Americans who sought to create a new life on their ancestral continent. Liberia is very close with Namibia. The bond goes way back to when Liberia was lending a helping hand to Namibia's fight for liberation. Regionally, Sierra Leone and Guinea are also in the mix, despite old tensions stirred up by the Civil War in the 80s. I have now covered all of mainland Africa, and will now move on to islands, starting with Madagascar, its largest island. Geopolitically, Madagascar sways less towards its African brothers and more towards its former colonial overlord of France, despite some old-school grudges from the occupation years. But it's not all about France. Madagascar also shares maritime camaraderie with other Indian Ocean nations, such as Comoros, Mauritius, and Seychelles, as they sail together in the Indian Ocean Commission, a regional forum that strengthens relations. Our next stop is the former Portuguese colony of São Tomé and Príncipe, a country that still keeps Portugal close to its heart. São Tomé and Príncipe is also elbow deep in oil exploration agreements with Nigeria and Equatorial Guinea, although this sometimes raises tensions because of how oil can be contentious. But we can't forget Angola, their Portuguese-speaking body in Africa, with whom they share a special bond. Next up is the sovereign star of the Arab League, Comoros. Tucked away in the Indian Ocean, it's got some serious ties in high places. Libya and Qatar, for instance, are like its geopolitical best friends. So it might be small in the world of diplomacy, but Comoros definitely punches above its weight. Finally, our last country, the tropical paradise of Seychelles. It might seem a bit aloof from its African siblings, but Seychelles has been busy making friends in other places, like for example, with its tight bonds with Cyprus and the UAE. So those were all the countries in Africa. I won't talk about United Kingdom overseas territories such as Sierra Leone or St. Helena, because this video is already ungodly long, and I instead will talk a bit about how the outside world interacts with Africa. First off, we've got Western nations, including the United States, who keep Africa close with economic aid, trade relations, and military cooperation. They're like strict schoolmasters of the lot, always pushing for democratic values and human rights, even trying to aid the governance reforms. However, it's worth noting that this relationship hasn't always been beneficial for Africa. There have been instances where the West's economic policies, despite their good intentions, have inadvertently created dependencies rather than self-sufficiency. Structural adjustments programs imposed by international finance institutions, largely influenced by Western countries, have sometimes led to painful austerity measures causing social disruption and exacerbating poverty in several African nations. Furthermore, military interventions under the banner of promoting democracy and ensuring regional stability have occasionally resulted in unintended consequences. Cases in point include destabilization of Libya's post-Gaddafi and the spiraling conflict in Somalia. These interventions have at times led to power vacuums, fostering a fertile ground for extremism and worsening the humanitarian crisis. Then moving on to the infamous Chinese engagement in Africa. The strategy is investments, big ones, particularly in infrastructure, railway, roads, ports, you name it. They're building it. This massive build-up isn't just for show. It's a strategic move that allows China to tap into vital resources such as minerals, oils, and even agricultural products, such as trees. However, China's seemingly friendly approach has some worrying implications. They lend vast sums of money for these infrastructure projects. African nations, lured by the promise of development and prosperity, find themselves trapped in a cycle of debt. It's not just about some economic strain. Some fear that the inability to repay these loans could lead to gradual loss of sovereignty, as we've seen in instances where China has taken control of key infrastructures due to defaults on loan payments. China's engagement in Africa is a high-stakes game, one that could reshape the continent's future. While the promise of investment and development is appealing, the long-term implications of these relationships may pose challenges to Africa's autonomy and economic dependencies. And of course, we can't forget France, the ex who just can't let go. 14 African countries still use the CFA franc, a currency tied to the euro and backed by the French treasury. Sure, it provides stability, but critics argue that it fosters economic dependencies and it smells suspiciously like neo-colonial control. Australia is a prosperous nation enjoying a high standard of living and greater levels of freedom compared to many of its Western counterparts, including the United States, the country that famously claims to own freedom. Its economic wealth is inextricably linked to its abundant natural resources. Iron, coal, and gold are just some of the treasures beneath its soil, mostly in the barren landscape of inland Australia, where no one lives. These resources transform Australia into a crucial player in the global export market, which define its geopolitics. The country's geographical location, while isolated, fortifies it against the threat of invasion and solidifies its dependence on maritime trade. However, this isolation doesn't equate to insulation from the world. Quite the contrary. Culturally, it shares much with Europe, partially due to most Australians originally coming from there. It loves Europe so much that it is even in Eurovision, a Europe-based music performance competition. At the heart of Australia's international relations is a balancing act of diplomacy. The Australia-US-UK Pact, or more commonly known as AUKUS, recently made headlines with the controversial decision of the traditional allies to provide Australia with nuclear-powered submarines. This deal signifies an important shift in the geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific region, positioning Australia as a bulwark against China's growing influence. As for closer neighbours, Indonesia's stability plays a crucial role in Australia's foreign policy. Any potential insecurity in Indonesia could impact Australia's maritime trade routes and pose threats like piracy. Consequently, Australia actively invests in ensuring Indonesia's stability. This is very evident if you look at Australia's maritime trade routes on a map. The country's foreign policy objectives are multifaceted, with the top priorities being the protection of these maritime trade routes and extraction of security guarantees from its allies, like the US. Australia also aims to diversify its trade partners, reducing dependencies on exports while promoting domestic industries. The country's strategic alliances, from bilateral treaties to its active role in the regional organizations like ASEAN and the Quad, underscore its commitment to a rules-based international order, accepting the US as the global policeman. Home to the indigenous Australians, the world's oldest surviving culture, Australia is also a melting pot of cultures, with successive waves of immigration adding layers to its societal complexity. In essence, Australia stands as the defining country of Oceania. I think that the fact that Oceania is often just called Australia signifies the huge influence that Australia has in this continent. As we bid farewell to the sunburnt outback of Australia, we set our compass southeast to the land of the Lord of the Rings, New Zealand. Also known as Kiwiland, though dwarfed by Australia in size, the Kiwis have made it clear that they don't fuck around with the Aussie neighbours. While it may seem like a mere detail to some, the fact that New Zealand is recognized as its own continent, Zealandia, is a big deal to them. They also remind us that they have their autonomous realm of islands extending well into the South Pacific. The Cook Islands, Niue and Tokelau might be remote, but they surely have high importance in the world of maritime claims. New Zealand, though small, has the 9th largest maritime area in the world, thanks to these distant outposts. It's not a secret that the Pacific is becoming a geopolitical hotspot, with China, the US and Europe all vying for influence. New Zealand, already an active player, could find its expansion colliding with China's own Pacific ambitions. And speaking of disputes, New Zealand has had a fair share of its own. It's had a sibling rivalry with Australia since they were colonies. There's even been a long-standing quarrel over who actually invented the pavlova. They fight over celebrities too, like Russell Crowe. And let's not forget the underarm bowling incident in 1981, a cricket scandal that strained trans-Tasman relations. It's a long story to get into, so I won't. Even on the serious side of things, the Aussies and Kiwis haven't always seen eye to eye. Back in the day, the idea of unification between Australia and New Zealand was tossed around, and the Australian Constitution even has a provision for New Zealand to join as a state. However, the Kiwis have always maintained the preference of independence. They have even locked horns over maritime boundaries. New Zealand has been trying to stretch its continental shelf and thereby its maritime territory, but not everyone's on board with this expansion. These disputes, while sometimes bordering on comical, do have real implications for resource rights, territorial claims, and regional influence. From New Zealand, we journey westwards to another fascinating destination, Papua New Guinea. It's here in the southwestern Pacific that the eastern half of the world's second largest island, New Guinea, finds its identity. Papua New Guinea is a testament to diversity, a richly cultured and land steeped in tradition and thriving on variety. This cultural mosaic is home to over 850 distinct languages and a multitude of tribal societies, each unique in its own right. The economy of Papua New Guinea is rooted in the richness of its land, with agriculture forming the backbone of livelihood for the majority of the population. But it's not just agriculture that drives the economy. Papua New Guinea is endowed with mineral and energy resources, and there are potential untapped reserves of oil, gas, and precious metals waiting to be explored or exploited. However, Papua's geographical position places it in a complex regional network. To the west, it shares a contentious border with Indonesia. The ongoing separatist conflict in Indonesia's province of West Papua has stirred up relations between the two nations. Occasional border clashes and the steady influx of West Papua refugees into Papua New Guinea amplifies these tensions. Moving southwards, Papua New Guinea shares a complex yet crucial relationship with Australia. Historically bound together by Australia's former administration over Papua New Guinea, the relationship between the two is intricate. They've had their share of disputes, from the handling of asylum seekers, a controversy that escalated with Australia's offshore processing centre on Manus Island, to disagreements over maritime boundaries. However, their shared history and economic ties often facilitate dispute resolution, maintaining an overall positive relation. Papua New Guinea, with all its internal complexities and regional relations, plays an important role in the South Pacific affairs. Its membership in numerous regional organizations, including the Pacific Island Forum and the Malaysian Spearhead Group, signifies its importance. Known for its prestigious water, Fiji is more than just a tropical paradise in the South Pacific. Made up of more than 300 islands, Fiji is a cultural and ecological jewel nestled in the heart of Oceania. Tourism, along with sugar exports and remittances, drives Fiji's economy. The country is also a significant contributor to UN peacekeeping missions, carving out a reputation in global peacekeeping. The country's strategic location and abundant natural resources have made it a focal point in the South Pacific geopolitics. Fiji's relations with its regional neighbors are characterized by a blend of cooperation and contention. It has been embroiled in a territorial dispute with Tonga over the Minerva Reefs, with occasional spikes of tension. In the broader geopolitical canvas, Fiji has maintained diplomatic relations with many nations, including China, the US, and Australia. While Fiji benefits from Chinese investments, it also faces a balancing act as it juggles ties with traditional allies such as Australia and the US, both wary of China-specific ambitions. Fiji's political landscape is also interesting, with a history of coups causing periods of instability, yet it has shown resilience, bouncing back and engaging in regional forums, like the Pacific Island Forum, highlighting its role in the South Pacific. Leaving the prestigious waters of Fiji, we sail towards the Solomon Islands, an archipelago graced by unparalleled biodiversity and complex geopolitical dynamics. A nation of almost 1,000 islands. The Solomon Islands, like its Pacific neighbors, finds itself navigating intricate international relations. The islands have been the subject of territorial disputes, most notably with Papua New Guinea, over the Shortland Islands and Ontong Java Atoll. These tensions, while currently dormant, pose potential challenges for regional peace. China's increasing influence in the Pacific is felt here too. In 2019, the Solomon Islands switched diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to Beijing, a significant geopolitical move. This change has led to growing Chinese investments in the island, but not without controversy. Local communities have raised concerns about land leases and environmental impact, underscoring the delicate balance between development and preservation. They are leading contributors to the regional assistance mission to the Solomon Islands, aimed at restoring law and order following ethnic tensions and conflict. The success of this mission has bolstered their regional standing and further solidified these relationships. However, the Solomon Islands is not merely a passive actor. The country leverages its strategic location and rich resources to shape its foreign policy. As one of the largest exclusive economic zones in the South Pacific, the Solomon Islands hold sway over viable tuna fisheries, a key economic and geopolitical asset. The struggle over West Papua's independence from Indonesia is another important geopolitical situation for the Solomon Islands. This country, along with several Pacific nations, has advocated for West Papua's independence on international platforms, creating diplomatic ripples with Indonesia. Now we move from the intricate dynamics of the Solomon Islands to the vibrant cultural tapestry of Vanuatu. This Y-shaped chain of islands seems isolated from power struggles typically associated with larger countries. However, its strategic location in the South Pacific has brought it into the limelight of international diplomacy. The maritime boundaries of Vanuatu have been a subject of dispute, notably with France over the Matthew and Hunter Islands. The islands, which Vanuatu views as the southernmost part of its territory, are also claimed by the French territory of New Caledonia. Like the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu has not escaped China's expanding influence. The country has been the recipient of substantial Chinese investment, fueling its development but also raising questions of dependency and sovereignty. These concerns have been further exacerbated by reports of potential Chinese military base in Vanuatu, which both China and Vanuatu have denied, but raised eyebrows with Australia and New Zealand. Speaking of, Vanuatu's relationship with Australia and New Zealand are central to its foreign policy. Both countries have been crucial development partners, providing aid and support in areas ranging from infrastructure to climate change mitigation. Yet, Vanuatu is keen to assert its independence, carefully managing these relations while seeking diversified partnerships. Another thing Vanuatu shares with the Solomon Islands is its proactive role in championing the cause of West Papua's independence, despite the potential of straining its relations with Indonesia. Vanuatu has been an outspoken advocate on this issue, reflecting its commitment to the principle of Melanesian solidarity. Speaking of solidarity, the Pacific Island Forum, or the PIF, is a political grouping of 18 independent and self-governing states. Created in 1971, it exists to enhance cooperation between the Pacific Island countries and to provide a united voice on issues of common concern. One of PIF's most notable actions is the adaptation of Biketawa Declaration in 2000. This regional security framework has allowed member states to respond collectively to crises such as political unrest or natural disasters. A prime example of the declaration in action is during the early 2000s ethnic and political tensions in the Solomon Islands, which led to the deployment of the Regional Assistance Mission to the Solomon Islands. The PIF is also at the forefront of climate change advocacy, given that its member states are particularly vulnerable to rising sea levels and other climate-related issues. The PIF has been a strong proponent of global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The forum played a crucial role in the run-up to the Paris Agreement, lobbying for the inclusion of the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature goal, vital for the survival of its low-lying Pacific island nations. However, despite the successes, the PIF has not been without internal strife. A dispute over the Secretary General election in 2020 led to a threatened withdrawal of 5 Micronesian countries. The controversy underscored latent tensions about the influence of Australia and New Zealand within the PIF, and the perceived imbalance of how leadership roles are assigned among the Pacific's various subregions. Leaving the larger machinations of regional politics behind, we will now focus on the heart of Polynesia, Samoa, a prominent member of the mentioned Pacific Islands Forum. Samoa's voice carries significant weight in the collective chores of the Pacific. Samoa, formerly known as the independent state of Samoa, consists of 9 volcanic islands located south of the equator. One of Samoa's unique geopolitical facets is its relationship with the United States, especially with its neighbor, American Samoa. The two share cultural and familiar ties that span centuries, but they are under 2 different political jurisdictions. The partition happened when the Tripartite Convention of 1899 divided the Samoan archipelago between Germany, or Western Samoa, and the United States, or Eastern Samoa. Western Samoa gained independence in 1962 and became independent state of Samoa, as we know today. The division between American Samoa and Samoa has resulted in a unique political and cultural relationship. Samoa relies heavily on remittances from Samoan communities abroad, especially from American Samoa and the wider United States. Therefore, maintaining favorable relations with the United States is critical to Samoa's economy. We leave the lush landscapes of Samoa and set our course to the extensive archipelago and expansive maritime jurisdictions of Kiribati. Scattered across the Central Pacific, with its vast maritime territory, Kiribati holds an important position in the Pacific. It is one of the world's largest marine protected areas and contributes significantly to global biodiversity. However, this environmental stewardship comes with its own geopolitical complexities. One of Kiribati's challenges is enforcing its maritime laws and protecting its waters from illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. While it maintains diplomatic relations with many countries, its allegiances have undergone notable shifts over time. In 2019, Kiribati switched its diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to China, a decision that has significant implications for its international relations and for the larger narrative of the Pacific geopolitics. A critical part of Kiribati's geopolitical narrative is its looming existential threat: climate change. With the majority of its land barely a few meters above sea level, Kiribati is among the countries most vulnerable to rising sea levels. This environmental crisis has led Kiribati to seek international cooperation and assistance that has influenced its relationships with countries like Australia, New Zealand, and the United States, since these Western countries usually care more about climate change than others. Moreover, Kiribati's strategic location near the equator has made it attractive for space programs. Its Christmas Island was a crucial missile testing site during the Cold War. Today, it is the location of the Chinese satellite tracking station, a presence that underscores China's expanding influence in the region, undercutting America. I forgot to mention that Kiribati has some goofy-ass town names like Banana, London, Paris, or even Poland. Leaving the endangered state of Kiribati, we head southwest to the friendly islands of the Kingdom of Tonga. As the last remaining Polynesian monarchy, Tonga is unique in the Pacific for never having fully surrendered its sovereignty to a foreign power, thus maintaining an unbroken line of monarchs which continues to this day. This gives Tonga a unique sense of identity and pride among its peoples. Despite its small size, Tonga's exclusive economic zone, or EEZ, covers a vast area of the Pacific Ocean, making it strategically important. China has been significantly increasing its influence in Tonga in recent years through aid and investment. As of now, Tonga's external debt to China is considerable, leading to concerns about its economic sovereignty over the many times mentioned Chinese tactics of debt trapping. Meanwhile, traditional allies like Australia and New Zealand continue to provide aid and have strong cultural and historical ties with Tonga. The US, though a bit further away, has significant interest in the Pacific, and hence in Tonga, due to its geopolitical competition with China. Tonga generally enjoys peaceful relations with its neighbors. However, just like Kiribati, the country has raised concerns about illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in its waters. And this YUU fishing not only threatens Tonga's maritime biodiversity, but also impacts its economy by depleting fish stocks that the local communities rely on for livelihood. Sailing southwest from the proud Kingdom of Tonga, we reach my favorite country in Oceania, Tuvalu. This tiny island nation, spread over 4 reef islands and 5 atolls, is the 4th smallest country in the world, but its geographical significance far outweighs its size. While the country enjoys peaceful relationships with its immediate neighbors, its ties with larger countries, especially China and Taiwan, stand out. Tuvalu is one of the few nations that recognize Taiwan's sovereignty, a diplomatic allegiance that has persisted despite China's rising influence in the Pacific. This diplomatic choice has been rewarding for Tuvalu, with Taiwan becoming one of the most significant aid providers. Moreover, Tuvalu's relationships with the United States and Australia are crucial due to their commitment to climate change mitigation. As one of the nations most threatened by rising sea levels, Tuvalu's very existence depends on global efforts to combat climate change. Now, onto the reason why this is my favorite country in Australia. Its domain name. In the late 1990s, Tuvalu leased its internet country code top-level domain TV to a California-based company, which subsequently subleased it to another tech company, Versign. This internet domain, widely sought after by television and streaming websites like the biggest one that I also use, Twitch, brings significant revenue to Tuvalu, accounting for 10% of its national budget. Moving slightly northwest from Tuvalu, we reach an even smaller country, being the world's 3rd smallest nation by area, Nauru. With less than 10,000 residents, it has witnessed an incredibly tumultuous economic journey. Once known as Pleasant Island, it makes up being a tiny country by having big people. Nauru has the fattest population in the world, with over 61% of the adult population being obese. As a result of this economic downturn, Nauru has turned to several avenues for revenue. It has controversially leveraged its sovereign status by providing offshore detention facilities for Australia's intercepted asylum seekers, a move criticized by numerous human rights groups which brings significant funding from Australia. This reminds me much of the American Guantanamo Bay. Nauru has also navigated tricky diplomatic waters by recognizing the sovereignty of the self-proclaimed independent region of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, making it one of the few nations to do so. This recognition came after substantial financial aid from Russia, demonstrating how Nauru has strategically leveraged its diplomatic relations for financial aid, or differently said, sold itself out. As we venture north from Nauru, the Republic of Palau, an archipelago of over 500 islands, comes to view. Known for its picturesque beaches, diverse marine life, and the world's first shark sanctuary. Just like Tuvalu, it is one of the few nations globally that recognizes Taiwan's sovereignty over China. This stance influenced in part by the substantial development assistance they received from Taiwan. In fact, Palau's relationship with China is quite complex. Chinese tourists used to form a significant part of Palau's tourism industry, until China banned its citizens from visiting Palau due to the latter's diplomatic ties with Taiwan. This is emblematic to the wider issue where China has used economic influence to pressure smaller nations into adhering to its foreign policy. The United States also figures prominently in Palau's international relations. The two nations share a compact of free association, which allows the US military unrestricted access to Palau's territories, while providing financial assistance, defense, and the ability for Palauans to live and work in the US. Palau's strategic location in the Pacific makes it a valuable asset to the US, particularly in the context of countering Chinese influence in the region. As an active member in the Pacific Island Forum, just like other small islands, Palau often emphasizes the need for stronger action on climate change, given the existential threat it poses to low-lying island nations. Palau has also taken a stand on environmental preservation, banning certain types of sunscreen harmful to coral reefs, and creating a vast marine sanctuary to protect its ecosystems. Moving on, we encounter two island nations with intriguing tales, the Marshall Islands and the federal states of Micronesia. First up are the Marshall Islands, an archipelago scattered over 180,000 square miles in the Pacific. Their strategic significance, much like Palau's, extends beyond their geographical size. The US, under the Compact of Free Association, enjoys military privileges in the area and in return provides defense and money. However, this agreement is not without controversy. The Marshall Islands were the site of US nuclear testing during the Cold War, which had a devastating impact on the island's inhabitants. In fact, SpongeBob SquarePants, set in Bikini Bottom, was named after Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands, where the US conducted its nuclear tests. The show's creator, a marine biologist, reportedly based the underwater city on the nuclear test site, which explains the nuclear mutation on SpongeBob and his friends, who are anthropomorphic sea creatures with human-like characteristics and live in a community similar to human society. The theory says that they are this way due to the nuclear radiation from the bombings. Anyhow, in terms of the geopolitical relations of the Marshall Islands, like the two previously mentioned states, is one of the few nations that recognize Taiwan over China. This relationship, fueled by diplomatic aid from Taiwan, has strained relations with China. The Marshall Islands, alongside other Pacific nations, have effectively become a battleground for influence between China and Taiwan, one of the last where the Chinese have not won. Now let's turn our attention to the federal states of Micronesia. Though often confused with the Marshall Islands due to the latter being part of a wider Micronesian region, these are separate sovereign states. The federal state of Micronesia is comprised of 4 states scattered across the Western Pacific, each with its unique culture and history. Much like the Marshall Islands, Micronesia shares a compact of free association with the United States. This agreement, while providing economic assistance and defense, also grants the US strategic military rights in the region. It's a delicate balancing act for Micronesia, maintaining its own independence while also relying heavily on the US. Oceania is dotted with numerous overseas territories, many of which have a unique geopolitical characteristics and histories. Firstly, let's discuss the territories under French control: French Polynesia, New Caledonia, and Wallis and Futuna. French Polynesia, known for its famous Tahiti and Bora Bora Islands, were granted autonomy in 2004, yet it remains an overseas collectivity of France. New Caledonia, a significant source of nickel, enjoys a large degree of autonomy, but is also an integral part of France. After several referenda, the New Caledonian populace voted to stay with France, whilst in Futuna, the third French territory, holds a different status and is an overseas territory of France. This is all quite complicated, but it doesn't really matter. So let's move on to the American territories. of Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. Guam, a vital military outpost for the US, is the southernmost in the Mariana Islands. The Northern Mariana Islands are a Commonwealth of the United States, granting the US yet another strategic access point to the Western Pacific. Hawaii, an integral part of the US, is the most populated and well-known of all the overseas territories. As I'm sure the Japanese would agree, it's strategically located in the Pacific Ocean, making it a significant military and commercial hub. But let's not forget about the Pitcairn Islands, the last British overseas territory in the Pacific. It's one of the most remote inhabited places in the world, known for being settled by mutineers from the HMS Bounty in 1789. The Spanish and Portuguese didn't just colonize, they sowed the seeds of cultural, linguistic, and political identity that still mark the region's geopolitical landscape. While rivalries from colonial times have evolved, the shared history of these nations has forged a common identity that is unmistakably South American. Despite housing 2 of the top 10 most populous countries globally and representing about 1/8 of the world's landmass, South America often flies under the geopolitical radar. It exists in a unique limbo, caught between the world's poorest and richest regions. It is neither impoverished like Africa nor as wealthy as Europe or Oceania, creating a distinctive mediocre narrative that is all its own. This continent holds around a quarter of the world's freshwater and about 20% of its forests. With countries like Brazil emerging as global players, South America's geopolitical influence is steadily growing. Before the Great Depression in 1930, Argentina was a global economic power, with millions migrating to this country, but nowadays its economy is not looking so good, even compared to its South American neighbors, despite seemingly having all the right things at its disposal. In the early 20th century, Argentina was the 10th wealthiest nation per capita globally. It boasted an abundance of what most countries could only dream of. The country, stretching from the steamy tropics to the frigid Antarctic, possesses some of the world's most fertile land, accounting for nearly 54 million hectares of arable terrain, or roughly the size of Thailand. This also being the reason for its famous quality of beef production. Argentina's population of over 45 million people also works in its favor, ranking as the 32nd largest globally. This potent mix of ample resources, geographical advantages, and a significant labor force should ideally position Argentina as a formidable global player. Yet, today's reality paints a starkly different picture. Argentina's economic performance has been lackluster. The crux of Argentina's perplexing paradox, in my opinion, lies in its turbulent political history. The nation has experienced an unprecedented number of coups, over 6 in the 20th century alone. This constant instability has rattled investor confidence and resulted in inconsistent economic policies, contributing to the nation's economic underperformance. On a regional scale, while Argentina maintains close relations with Brazil through the Mercosur economic bloc, internal disagreements have tested this alliance's resilience. Despite these challenges, Argentina continues to play an active role globally. It's a member of the G20 and a founding member of multiple international organizations. However, its economic struggles often overshadow its diplomatic engagements. Argentina stands as a lesson that abundant resources and favorable geography are not enough. Political stability and effective governance are just as crucial for a nation's prosperity. For Argentina, breaking free from its political and economic walls may be its most crucial step yet. Near Argentina are the Falkland Islands, a remote archipelago in the South Atlantic. It has a complex history that can be tracked back to the 16th century, when it was first sighted by European explorers. However, it was not until the 18th century that the islands saw permanent settlements, as both British and Spanish empires had their eyes on this strategically located archipelago. In the early 19th century, Argentina, after gaining independence from Spain, laid claim to the Falklands. The British, however, swiftly asserted their control, leading to diplomatic tensions that would endure for over a century. The tension escalated to a boiling point in 1982, triggering the infamous Falklands War. The Falklands War started on April 2, 1982, when Argentina, under the military dictatorship of General Leopoldo Galtieri, invaded the Falklands. The Argentine leadership aimed to restore national pride amidst domestic crises and presumed that the British would not retaliate given the island's distance from the UK. However, the British, led by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, responded with huge military and navy force, not wanting to see yet another place lost to the already declining British Empire. The conflict lasted 72 days, with the British forces successfully reclaiming the islands on June 14, 1982. The war resulted in a loss of around 900 lives and had profound geopolitical implications. For the UK, the victory boosted national morale and solidified Thatcher's political standing. In contrast, the defeat for Argentina intensified domestic discontent, accelerating the end of the military rule. Today, the Falklands War legacy still lingers. Argentina has not relinquished its claim over the islands, although diplomatic relations with the UK were restored in 1990. The sovereignty issue over the Falklands, known as Las Malvinas in Argentina, remains a sensitive subject. Argentina insists that the islanders do not have the right to self-determination, arguing that they are an implanted British population. However, a 2013 referendum in the Falklands saw 99.8% of voters choosing to remain a British overseas territory, further complicating the matter. Moving on to the biggest country in South America, both by size, population, and economy. Brazil, a country that sprawls across half of South America, is a continental heavyweight, both in terms of size and influence. Home to the largest portion of the Amazon rainforest, Brazil's stewardship of this global ecological treasure has raised global concerns and significantly influenced its international relations. Deforestation in the Amazon, driven by agriculture and illegal logging, has been a point of contention. The loss of this carbon sink not only aggravates global warming, but also triggers international censure. The Brazilian government's stance on environmental issues often leads to strained relations with countries concerned about climate change, especially with the EU, which has withheld trade deals because of the massive deforestation activities. On a geopolitical scale, Brazil's disputes are few and far between, thanks largely to the country's geographical advantage. It is encircled by neighbors of relatively equal or lesser power, thereby reducing territorial conflicts. However, this doesn't mean that it is without a share of diplomatic entanglements. One example is the ongoing Itaipu Dam dispute with Paraguay over energy pricing. As for Portugal, Brazil's relationship is deeply rooted in their shared history and language. This cultural connection has translated into solid diplomatic ties, with Brazil taking on a leadership role among Portuguese-speaking or Lusophone nations. In fact, Brazil played a key role in the creation of the Community of Portuguese Language Countries, or the CPLP, aimed at fostering mutual friendship and cooperation among Lusophone nations. Brazil's regional influence has risen in part due to Argentina's decline. As its traditional rival faltered, Brazil extended its sphere of influence over smaller nations such as Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay. This influence is often exerted through the Mercosur, a regional trade bloc which, interestingly, Argentina and Brazil have proposed to launch a common currency for. in hopes of boosting economic stability within the bloc, as well as creating competition for the global reserve currency of the US dollar. When we delve into Brazil's energy reserves, the Tupi oil field is an undeniable focal point. Discovered in 2006, this offshore reserve has boosted Brazil's oil prospects. However, it's also sparked a geopolitical conundrum, as China, a major importer of Brazilian oil, is partnered with Brazil's oil extracting companies, which is a showcase of Brazil's recent move towards Chinese cooperation. Speaking of, Brazil is also an integral part of the BRICS alliance, which serves as a counterweight to traditional Western-dominated financial and political structures. While Brazil aligns itself with the BRICS countries, it astutely navigates a delicate balance between the US and China, ensuring it doesn't alienate either superpower. It also famously likes to play both sides for its own benefit. Situated in the heart of South America, Bolivia is a landlocked nation known for being the place where potatoes come from and vast lithium reserves. However, it wasn't always landlocked, which I will delve into in a bit. Despite its geographical disadvantage, Bolivia's wealth is in natural resources, particularly in gas and minerals. Bolivia is one of South America's largest natural gas producers. The country's extensive lithium reserves, a key component in rechargeable batteries, have gained increasing attention amid the global shift towards electric vehicles. This abundance of resources has made Bolivia an attractive partner for countries seeking to secure their energy and mineral needs. However, this resource richness also stirs up internal and external disputes. Within its borders, Bolivia has faced challenges in balancing economic gains from resource extraction with the environmental and social impacts on its indigenous communities. Externally, it's the country's historical territorial losses that have cast a long shadow over its geopolitical relations, particularly with Chile. In the War of the Pacific in the late 19th century, Bolivia lost its coastal region to Chile, which cut off its direct access to the Pacific Ocean. This loss has been a source of national grief and an enduring point of contention between Bolivia and Chile, to the point where Bolivia commemorates the Day of the Sea annually to mark its lost coastline and keep its maritime claims alive. Despite being landlocked, Bolivia maintains a navy, a symbolic manifestation of its hope to regain its lost coastal territory. The issue has gone as far as the International Court of Justice, where in 2018 the court ruled that Chile was not legally obliged to negotiate ocean access for Bolivia. Relations with Chile remain bad due to this unresolved dispute, while Bolivia generally maintains cordial relations with most other South American countries. Bolivia's relations with Brazil, its largest trading partner, are largely centered on natural gas trade. Bolivia's ties with Argentina, another key trading partner, have been further strengthened by shared political ideologies, particularly during the times when left-leaning governments were in power in both countries. With Peru, Bolivia shares not only a border, but also a historical bond through the ancient Inca Empire. This shared heritage has mostly fostered amicable relations, although minor border disputes have occasionally risen. Peru's politics are in a state of constant flux, with the country experiencing a constant rapid turnover of prime ministers. This political instability has been driven by a combination of factors, including corruption allegations, political infighting, and protests. The frequent changes in leadership often create uncertainty, hindering the country's long-term policy planning and impacting Peru's standing on the global stage. Territorially, Peru has had its share of disputes. A significant conflict was the maritime dispute with Chile, a legacy of the previously mentioned War in the Pacific in the late 19th century, where Peru allied with Bolivia lost territory to Chile. The dispute over the maritime boundary was eventually settled by the International Court of Justice in 2014, which largely upheld the status quo but granted Peru a small portion of the disputed area. Despite this, Peru maintains mostly positive relations with its neighbors. The country is part of the Andean Community, an economic bloc aimed at fostering regional relations and integration. Its ties with Bolivia, with whom it shares cultural heritage from the Inca Empire and history of alliances, including the War in the Pacific, are generally friendly, with the two even being united in a union for 3 years. One unique aspect of Peru's geopolitical relations is its significant Asian influence, particularly from Japan. In the late 19th and early 20th century, many Japanese immigrants arrived in Peru, forming one of the largest Japanese communities in Latin America. This has created a strong cultural connection, influencing Peruvian cuisine, cultural and economic relations. In fact, Alberto Fujimori, whose parents were Japanese immigrants, served as Peru's president in the 1990s and early 2000s, a testament to the significant Japanese influence in the country. Chile is affectionately known as the world's longest country due to its comical long and thin shape. Economically, Chile is often hailed as a success story in Latin America. The country's prudent economic policies, robust institutions, and rich natural resources, particularly copper, have driven steady growth and elevated living standards. However, despite these successes, social inequality remains a persistent challenge. In response to growing public demand for more equitable socio-economic policies, Chileans voted in 2020 to draft a new constitution. This historic decision, backed by 76% of voters, was a strong repudiation of the current constitution imposed during the authoritarian regime of Augusto Pinochet. The new constitution is expected to tackle long-term standing issues such as social inequality, the privatization of essential services, and indigenous rights. The ongoing constitutional process could define Chile's social contract and potentially influence other countries grappling with similar issues. However, Chile's political history is marked by volatility, with the nation experiencing more coups d'etats than any other country in the world, around 40 in total. This kind of disapproves my theory on why Argentina isn't successful, but this history of political instability coupled with a history of human rights abuses, particularly during Pinochet's regime, has left a complex legacy that continues to shape the country's politics and international relations. The nation has mostly positive relations with its neighbors, except for Bolivia and Peru, due to the earlier mentioned past conflict. With Argentina, there has been some tension over the years, exacerbated by Chile's covert support for the UK during the Falklands War. Chile provided the UK with valuable intelligence straining its relationship with Argentina. Unlike Equatorial Guinea, Ecuador straddles the equator, hence its name. Ecuador had a long-standing dispute with Peru over a border disagreement. Despite a peace treaty signed in 1942, sporadic conflicts continued until 1998, when the Brasilia Presidential Act definitively marked the border, ending one of the longest-running international armed conflicts in the Western Hemisphere. Ecuador's relationship with Colombia has also experienced highs and lows, primarily due to issues related to the Colombian conflict. Relations were strained when Colombian forces carried out a raid against FARC rebels on Ecuadorian soil in 2008. Since then, the two countries have worked to restore diplomatic ties and cooperate on border security issues. Ecuador is a member of the Union of South American Nations and the Community of Latin American States and Caribbean States. However, its relationship with these blocs has fluctuated depending on its governmental political orientation. The country was the first in the world to recognize the rights of nature in its constitution, reflecting the rich biodiversity that characterizes its landscape, similarly to how Chile is now changing its constitution to also recognize the protection of nature. Interestingly, the US dollar is the official currency of Ecuador, a change implemented in 2000 after a severe economic crisis. South American countries aren't known for their management of fiscal policy, since they often have hyperinflation. So maybe the sacrifice of being dependent on the US for a stable currency is worth it. Moving on to Colombia. Historically, Colombia's territory was far more extensive. In the early 19th century, it was part of Gran Colombia, a vast nation that also included present-day Ecuador, Panama, and Venezuela. The disintegration of Gran Colombia in 1831 resulted in these territories becoming separate countries. The legacy of these historical ties, however, still lingers in Colombia's relations with its neighbors, particularly with Venezuela and Ecuador. For instance, despite occasional tensions, these countries share economic ties and a degree of cultural exchange rooted in their shared history. Speaking of territorial changes, one of the most significant in Colombia's history is the loss of Panama. In the early 20th century, the US, eager to build a canal through the Panama to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, supported Panama's secession from Colombia, since Colombia did not allow the building of the canal. The creation of Panama and the subsequent construction of the Panama Canal significantly altered trade routes and global shipping, a development that still has considerable geopolitical implications today. This intervention strained Colombia's relations with the US, with some bitterness still persisting to this day. As for Colombia's internal challenges, it has been grappling with a long-standing armed conflict involving government forces, paramilitary groups, and guerrilla organizations like FARC. The peace agreement in 2016 marked a significant step towards ending this conflict. However, its implementation has been full of challenges, further complicated by issues like drug trafficking and social inequality. Even though many consider them culturally close, it shares a volatile relationship with Venezuela, with ongoing disputes over border controls and political ideologies. Meanwhile, its relationship with Ecuador has been tested by spillover from Colombia's internal conflict, but has generally improved over time. The paradox of Venezuela is both intriguing and heartbreaking. Despite boasting the largest proven oil reserves in the world, surpassing even Saudi Arabia, it finds itself mirrored in a profound socio-economic and political crisis. This paradox is often referred to as the resource curse, where countries abundant in natural resources like Venezuela tend to have less economic growth and worse development outcomes than countries with fewer natural resources, like Switzerland or Ireland. It goes without saying that the economy of Venezuela is heavily reliant on oil exports, making it vulnerable to fluctuations in oil prices. The plunge in global oil prices since 2014 have severely hit Venezuela's economy, exacerbating the pre-existing economic mismanagement and corruption issues. Years of expropriation, inadequate investment, and neglect have left the country's oil industry in a state of severe disrepair. What further complicates the situation is Venezuela's political landscape. Under the leadership of Hugo Chavez and later Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela marked on a path towards socialism. However, policies like nationalization of industries, price controls, and currency controls have led to an economic decline, exacerbated by increasing corruption and inefficiency. Today, Venezuela stands as one of the last remaining socialist states, alongside countries like Cuba and North Korea. Venezuela's political alignment has also shaped its international relations. The country has sought alliances with other nations opposing the US, like Russia, China, Iran, and Cuba, offering them lucrative oil deals in exchange for diplomatic support and aid. However, these alliances have often attracted criticism and sanctions, particularly from the United States and other Western nations. US sanctions on Venezuela, justified on grounds of human rights abuses and corruption, have further isolated Venezuela's economy, adding even more to its existing economic problems. Guyana, though geographically located on the South American continent, is a fascinating mix of South American and Caribbean influences. This largely English-speaking nation is part of the Caribbean community, indicating its close cultural, economic, and political ties with the Caribbean region. I'll go deeper into why this is in a sec. The Essequibo territory, making up about 2/3 of Guyana's total area, is a bone of contention between Guyana and Venezuela. Venezuela's claim to the region dates back to the 19th century, when Guyana was still a British colony. The dispute was seemingly resolved in 1899, with an international arbitration ruling in favor of Britain. However, Venezuela revived its claim in the 1960s, alleging that the 1899 ruling was invalid. Guyana has implemented an interesting tactic to prevent this invasion. It purposely has underdeveloped this dense jungle region so that even with a far more superior army of Venezuela, it would be nearly impossible to traverse the terrain and have a successful invasion. Despite these ongoing territorial disputes, Guyana has continued to develop its resources. The country is also anticipating an economic boom due to recent major offshore oil discoveries. But these developments have only stoked tensions with Venezuela, which views them as an infringement on its territorial claims. Geographically, Guyana is a realm of vast untouched wilderness thanks to its sparse population, with a population density of less than 4 people per square kilometer. It is one of the least densely populated countries in the world. Despite being the only English-speaking country in South America, Guyana's culture and history align it more with the Caribbean. It shares with the Caribbean a history of British colonial rule, plantation economy, and African slavery, and also Indian indentured labor. Guyana's cricket team, for instance, doesn't play in the South American tournaments, but competes in the West Indies cricket team, another testament to its cultural alignment with the Caribbean. Similarly to Guyana, Suriname's culture and history align it more with the Caribbean than the South American continent. One significant territorial dispute involving Suriname has been with its neighbor Guyana, over the region called the Tigre area, or the New River Triangle. This has been an area of contention since the 19th century, and despite several attempts to negotiate a resolution, the dispute remains unresolved. The 15,000 kilometer area is currently controlled and administered by Guyana. The maritime border with Guyana was also disputed, with both countries laying claim to a rich in oil area. This dispute was taken to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, which ruled in 2007 that the area should be split, though Guyana retained control of the majority of it. There has also been minor disputes with French Guyana, primarily over the Maroni River, which forms the border between the two countries. Suriname's ethnic diversity has largely resulted from its history as a Dutch colony, with a significant proportion of its population tracing their roots back to India and Indonesia, brought to Suriname as indentured laborers. The capital, Paramaribo, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, notable for its distinct colonial architecture that combines Dutch and local influences. French Guiana, unlike its neighbors, is not an independent country, but an overseas department and region of France. This means that it is in fact a part of the European Union, and its currency is the euro. Its administrative system and institutions are directly governed by France and follow French law. Therefore, French Guiana has the largest national park in the EU, covering around 41% of French Guiana's territory. French Guiana is best known globally for the Guyana Space Center located near Kourou, which is used by the European Space Agency, the French Space Agency, and Arianespace. It was chosen as a space launch site due to its proximity to the equator, which allows the Earth's rotation to provide an additional launch boost. Despite being part of France, French Guiana faces several challenges that are quite distinct from those on the mainland. These include a high cost of living, low employment rates, and inadequate public services, which have led to social unrest at times. Moving on to the last two gay countries, Paraguay and Uruguay, also referred to as Paraguay. It is the second landlocked country we've covered. Despite its geographical position, which could be seen as a disadvantage, the country is leveraging its potential as a transit hub through ambitious infrastructure projects such as the Bi-Oceanic Corridor. The Bi-Oceanic Corridor is a significant multinational infrastructure project aiming at connecting the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean via a railroad passing through Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile. Paraguay in particular sees this as an opportunity to boost its economy, improve its regional integration, and increase its significance on the geopolitical arena. This corridor is not just a transportation project, but a strategic maneuver. It is envisioned to compete with the famous Panama Canal, potentially providing a faster and cheaper route for goods traveling between the oceans, especially those originating from or destined to countries along the corridor. This project represents a significant geopolitical shift for the involved countries. By enhancing connectivity, they could reduce their dependency on traditional shipping routes, increase their negotiation power on transportation costs, and attract new investments, particularly from Asia, where demand for Latin American commodities like soy and iron are high. As far as disputes are concerned, Paraguay has been relatively peaceful throughout its history. The country did experience significant territorial changes in the 19th century following the Paraguayan War, also known as the War of the Triple Alliance, against Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay. However, current borders are well established and recognized by its neighbors, unlike many countries we've covered in South America. It shares the world's second largest hydroelectric dam, Itaipu, with Brazil. While this joint venture provides a significant portion of Paraguay's electricity, pricing and distribution disagreements have caused occasional diplomatic strains. Paraguay also has a strong economic tie with Argentina, with the two countries sharing the Paraná River, a crucial waterway for the landlocked country's exports. Uruguay, or Uruguay, is somewhat of an underdog when it comes to regional politics. It's sandwiched between two regional powerhouses, Argentina and Brazil, but manages to hold its own with a robust economy and reputation for stability and rule of law. One of the intriguing projects that Uruguay has been part of is the Hidrovia Paraná-Paraguay, a waterway that extends from Puerto Cáceres in Brazil to Nueva Palmira in Uruguay, flowing through Paraguay and Argentina along its course. It plays a vital role in regional trade by providing an inexpensive and efficient means of transportation, connecting landlocked regions of Paraguay and Bolivia with the Atlantic Ocean, which also bolstered strong relations with these countries. Despite its relatively peaceful existence, Uruguay has had minor border disputes with Brazil in the past, mainly over the islands on the Quaraim River. However, these have been largely resolved through negotiations and mutual agreements. It shares a significant part of its border with Argentina, and while the border is well defined, the two countries have had disagreements over the shared water resources, particularly the Rio de la Plata and its tributaries. The pulp mill dispute in 2006 was a plan where Uruguay was to build pulp mills on the Uruguay River, but this sparked environmental concerns in Argentina. The disagreement was eventually taken to the International Court of Justice, which ruled in Uruguay's favor. Culturally, Uruguay aligns closely with its neighbors, sharing the Rio Platense Spanish dialect, love for soccer, and yerba mate with Argentina. On a fun note, Uruguay holds the record for the world's longest national anthem in terms of duration. It lasts about 6 minutes. I'll play the entire thing now. Nah, just kidding. Also, it was the first economy in the world to fully legalize the production and sale of marijuana, making it a pioneer in drug policy, and unsurprisingly, it has legalized same-sex marriage. South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, I promise you I'm not making these names up, are a remote collection of islands in the southern Atlantic Ocean. Interestingly, they're a British overseas territory and are administered from the Falkland Islands. Yeah, the same islands that Argentina and Britain fought over. The South Sandwich Islands are volcanic specks in the middle of nowhere and are uninhabited, unless you count the penguins and seals. So there isn't much to talk about these tasty islands. South Georgia, on the other hand, is a different story. Well, kind of. It used to be a whaling station, but today it's mainly inhabited by scientists and a lot of those same penguins. No significant geopolitical disputes happening around these parts, mostly because it's miles away from anywhere and, you know, the penguins. However, the islands were involved in the Falklands War when Argentina briefly occupied South Georgia before being kicked out by the British. North America is by far dominated by the COM countries, or Canada, USA, and Mexico. Starting with the Sea of COM, Canada. Canada is basically America that refused independence from the British, but later changed their mind and they drew this long line to separate themselves. This is the world's longest straight international border. The peaceful administration of such a long border signifies that Canada and the US have built a relationship symbolized by friendship and partnership. But this hasn't always been the case. Like the War of 1812, where American forces attempted to invade Canada. Economically, the US and Canada are highly interdependent. This has led to both cooperation and disputes. The recent negotiations over NAFTA, now rebranded as the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, or USMCA, you can see how hard they're trying to avoid the COM acronym. These countries have brought light to contentious issues such as dairy tariffs and automotive trade rules. The USMCA reflects a recalibration in economic relationships, accommodating new realities and ensuring the continued free flow of goods, but not without rigorous negotiations. The countries jointly participate in the NORAD Defense Pact, monitoring aerospace and maritime warnings in North America. They have also engaged in the Smart Border Declaration, aiming to enhance security while facilitating lawful trade and travel. Within NATO, Canada's underinvestment in the military has caused friction. While committing to the alliance's collective security, Canada's defense spending falls short of the agreed-upon target of 2%, leading to criticism over fellow NATO members. The French-speaking province of Quebec is a uniquely Canadian problem in North America, where French is not just a language, but an identity. This linguistic and cultural tie adds another layer to Canada's international dynamics, especially with France. The push for Quebec's sovereignty has shaped Canadian politics for decades. Efforts to recognize French as an official language alongside English have been significant, but remain a contentious issue. The Quebec people therefore are close to the French, with that having an impact on Canadian-French relations. Canada's northern territories are at the forefront of the main geopolitical focus in the next century, especially as climate change opens new shipping routes and resources. The biggest city of Alaska, Anchorage, is one of the major population centers around the Arctic Circle, and may be crucial for Canada's future ambitions in the region. Hans Island is a small uninhabited island in the Arctic Ocean that was claimed by both Canada and Denmark. The two countries have been in a wholesome dispute over the islands for decades, with each side occasionally sending officials to plant their flag and leave behind a bottle of their respective national liqueur, with the Danish leaving schnapps and the Canadians leaving whiskey. In 2022, Canada and Denmark finally agreed to split Hans Island in half. The agreement to split Hans Island was signed just days after Russia invaded Ukraine. This timing was no coincidence. Canada and Denmark wanted to send a message to Putin and the world that there is a better way to resolve disputes than through war. They wanted to show that even in the most difficult of times, diplomacy is always the better option. I know I somewhat covered Greenland in the Europe video, because it is a colony of a European power and politically aligns more with the EU, but technically, geographically, it is part of North America. This is also evident with the cultural similarities of the Inuit people in Greenland and North Canada. I have a friend that's from north of Greenland, and he often mentions the huge impact of Denmark in this country. Denmark on one hand brought modern technology and luxuries that totally changed Greenlandic perspectives and standards of living. But on the other hand, Denmark brought disease and forced assimilation. For example, by taking native children to Copenhagen to indoctrinate Greenlandic youth with Danish values. But I genuinely believe that the European modern comforts that are rapidly changing every Greenlandic's way of life is not beneficial to their happiness or well-being. Greenland has one of the highest suicide rates in the world, with 11.4 deaths per 100,000 people in 2020 alone. This is more than twice the global average of 5.5. It also has a higher rate of depression and is ranked one of the least happy countries on Earth. In Denmark, the Greenlandic person has a stereotype of being a drunk. Greenland has one of the highest rates of alcohol consumption in the world. In 2016, the average Greenlandic adult consumed 10.9 liters of pure alcohol per year, which is more than twice the global average of 5.3 liters per year. There seems to be a suspicious correlation between alcohol consumption and suicide rates, but recently there has been a huge revival of awareness of the aforementioned issues, and it seems like both Greenland and Denmark are working hard to combat them. Greenland receives an annual block grant from Denmark of 3.9 billion kroner, which is roughly $511 million. This grant accounts for approximately 20% of Greenland's GDP and more than half of the public budget. This investment is a double-edged sword, with it being a primary reason for Greenlandic culture disappearing. This also makes Greenland economically dependent on Denmark, which is how it remains as one of the last modern colonies on Earth. But why does Denmark spend so much money and effort on Greenland? Well, the earlier mentioned global warming is showing to make the Arctic a very important landscape for geopolitics in the near future, because of potential natural resources under the snow and new accessible maritime trade routes. This importance was recently seen by Trump, who wanted to buy the island from Denmark. The Danish government and people thought that this was absurd, since Greenland has become a crucial part of Danish culture and pride. But however goofy Trump may be, this wasn't such an outlandish proposal, since the US literally bought the Virgin Islands from Denmark in 1917, which was also a colony of Denmark. Plus, the attempt of buying Greenland by the US has been attempted 3 times before Trump in history. The first after buying Alaska. The second, President William Howard Taft sent a representative to Denmark to discuss the possibility of the purchase, and third, President Harry Truman offered Denmark $100 million, equivalent to 1.3 billion today. Every single time, Denmark rejects the US's offer, not even negotiating. Right now, there isn't much of a Greenlandic independence movement, mostly because of these huge investments, but I genuinely believe that once enough snow has melted for the huge reserves of natural resources to become available for extraction, and the Arctic Sea to be navigable, Greenland will just proclaim its independence. So I'm not sure if Denmark's plan is going to work. Speaking of independence, now perhaps the most independent country from the US in North America. Just 90 miles south of Florida, Cuba is America's closest communist neighbor. The most exciting thing that happened with Cuba in recent times is the Cuban Missile Crisis. Under the rule of Fidel Castro, this intense moment in the Cold War signifies Cuba's modern discontent with the USA. This conflict isn't just about America's hate towards communism, but also because of the US's colonial history on the island. Cuba has endured a grim economic downturn, much of it caused by crippling sanctions. The US embargo, often referred to in Cuba as El Bloqueo or the blockade, has been the most prolonged and stringent set of trade and travel restrictions in modern history. While it's intended to pressure the Cuban regime into democratic reforms, its most tangible result has been the suffering of the Cuban populace. People love using countries like Cuba or Venezuela as examples for why communism doesn't work, not taking into account the severe effects of being sanctioned by the world's biggest economic power. President Obama notably attempted a loosening in relations. Under his tenure, embassies were reopened, travel eased, and the narrative was one of reconciliation. However, Trump's presidency swung the pendulum back to a hardline stance. Trade restrictions tightened, and the warmth of Obama's years turned icy cold once more. And Biden, as with everything, has a boring, nuanced approach without real action. Historically tied to the Soviet Union, its position was clear during the Cold War: defiant, rebellious, and fiercely independent. Today, its allies are more diversified but remained defined by their shared opposition or ambivalence towards the US. Countries like Venezuela, with whom they share ideological parallels, China, with its economic might, and Russia, a vestige of the Cold War alliances, have become crucial partners. Yet, it's not all about hard power and economic alliances. Soft power, particularly medical diplomacy, has been one of Cuba's masterstrokes. Dispatching doctors worldwide, from disaster zones to pandemics. It has not only earned them the goodwill, but also positioned them as a significant global health player. Just east of Cuba, on the same island shared with Haiti, sits the Dominican Republic, an intriguing juxtaposition to its communist neighbor. During the Cold War, the Dominican Republic, under the dictatorship of Rafael Trujillo, actively opposed Castro's regime in Cuba. But times change and so do stances. Today, they are cordial but still not friends. Dominican Republic's most contentious narrative revolves around its relationship with its immediate neighbor, Haiti. The two share the island of Hispaniola, and their shared history is marred with disputes over territory, trade, and cultural differences. The Parsley Massacre of 1937, ordered by Trujillo, where thousands of Haitians were brutally killed, is a dark chapter that still echoes in their bilateral ties. However, not all of Dominican Republic's international relationships are thorny. The US is a significant trade partner with many Dominicans living stateside, forming a vibrant diaspora that influences both economics and culture. Within the Caribbean community, CARICOM, the nation sits as just an observer, hinting at its regional significance and ambition. Moreover, its membership in the Central American Integration System, or SICA, underscores its pivot towards Central America in trade and diplomacy, instead of the Caribbean. Because of these factors, the Dominican Republic positions itself as a bridge of sorts, with the Caribbean on one side and the Central American community on the other. It serves as a connecting node for trade, especially in the era of globalized economies. Throw in the country's bustling tourism industry, and you've got a nation that has been one of the fastest growing economies in Latin America. Moving on to its evil twin, Haiti. Maybe less evil and more depressing, since it is often considered the poorest country on earth and is seriously suffering from fuel and food shortages, as well as mass violence and diseases like cholera. Recently, the UN has even set troops to be sent there. Haiti starks contrast to its neighbor, the Dominican Republic. This divide isn't just evident in economic statistics, but also deeply rooted in their colonial histories. While the Dominican Republic was once under Spanish rule, Haiti was colonized by the French. This split led to two different languages, two different cultures, but unfortunately, a shared history of turmoil. Haiti's struggles aren't just a result of recent crises. They stem from a combination of its turbulent past. From being the first black republic to gain independence after a successful slave revolt in 1804, to facing numerous dictatorships, foreign interventions, and devastating natural disasters. The 2010 earthquake alone claimed over 200,000 lives, pushing an already fragile nation further into the brink. I'll now talk briefly on this successful slave revolt, since it involved Poland. So the famous Napoleon freed Poland and made it an somewhat independent state and a strong ally. Therefore, a Polish legion was initially sent by Napoleon in 1802 to quell the slave uprising. Many Polish soldiers got deeply moved by the Haitian fight for freedom, and it reminded them of their own country's struggle against foreign domination. Ultimately, they sided with the Haitian rebels, recognizing their shared aspiration for liberty and their mutual plight under oppressive regimes. These Polish soldiers turned their backs on their original mission, aiding the Haitian cause. Their contribution is still remembered today, with a small Polish community in Haiti. Haiti's historical mistrust of its wealthier neighbor, the Dominican Republic, is marked by events like the aforementioned Parsley Massacre. This divide has had real-world consequences, impacting trade diplomacy and the daily lives of Haitians near the border. On a global scale, Haiti has often been in the US's backyard. Sometimes for support, but often facing intervention. From Bill Clinton's military intervention in the 90s to reinstate President Aristide, to the continuous foreign aid. The relationship is a complex one. Many argue that the dependency on foreign aid has stymied local industry and self-sufficiency, but at least that's better than getting Cubified. Light up a joint, because next up we have the land of the green, Jamaica. Jamaica's strategic location in the Caribbean makes it a pivotal player in regional politics. Historically, as a former British colony, Jamaica has maintained close ties with the UK. Upon gaining independence in 1962, the country soon became a member of the Commonwealth of Nations, a political association of 54 member states, mostly former territories of the British Empire. In the 1970s, under the leadership of Michael Manley, Jamaica championed a new international economic order, which sought to level the economic playing field between the developed North and the developing South. This was a bold move, and it placed Jamaica at the center of global economic debates during that era. In the modern context, one of Jamaica's primary challenges has been its economic debt. While it has made significant strides in recent years in fiscal discipline and structural reforms, the nation's debt remains a significant concern. And where there's debt, China comes in to save the day with no strings attached. And so China, seeing Jamaica in debt, decided to make investments in infrastructure projects from roads to ports so that it can potentially eventually leverage the fact that Jamaica will be too high on weed and their debts to repay. Setting our sights even further south in the Caribbean, we land on Trinidad and Tobago, a twin island nation that is just 15 kilometers away from the South American country of Venezuela. First off, unlike many of its Caribbean neighbors, Trinidad and Tobago isn't just about sandy beaches and smokable sticks. It's an energy powerhouse. The islands are rich in oil and natural gas, which have been a backbone in their economy for decades. This energy wealth places them at a unique advantage, but also exposes them to the global swings of energy prices. Overall, a similar situation to Venezuela. Historically tied to the British Empire, Trinidad and Tobago gained independence in 1962, becoming a republic in 1976. Despite this departure, British influence is still evident in its legal and educational systems. English, after all, remains the official language, and cricket is more of a religion here than just a sport. Geopolitically, its proximity to Venezuela, a nation that is not known for its regional stability and peacekeeping, forces it to play a bit of a delicate dance. While they have engaged in various energy agreements and a joint exploration treaty with their South American neighbor, the ongoing Venezuelan crisis has led to an influx of refugees into their lands, straining local resources and stirring tensions. During this series, I've mentioned the Chinese investment trap so many times that it has become repetitive and boring. But geopolitically it's important, so I have to mention that this country is yet another place where China is using this debt trap to control them. The United States, given its role as the hegemon in the Western Hemisphere, is a significant trade partner. Just how the Chinese are attracted to debt, the US is attracted to oil, and therefore the US is particularly keen on ensuring the security of energy resources on these islands. Now the Bahamas, the most known tourist archipelago containing 700 beautiful islands and over 2,000 cays. Historically a British colony, the Bahamas achieved independence in 1973, though it opted to remain a member of the Commonwealth. With Queen Elizabeth II, King Charles as the ceremonial monarch. This historical tie to the British has molded its political and judicial systems. Economically, tourism and banking are the behemoths. Its pristine beaches and crystal clear waters magnetize millions of tourists yearly, predominantly from the US, which is just 80 kilometers away. This geographical proximity to the US has fostered an intricate relationship, not just in tourism but in trade, investment, and even matters of defense. However, there's a shadowy side to this financial picture. The nation has occasionally found itself on blacklists for being a potential tax haven for money laundering. The EU and other global entities have eyed the Bahamian banking sector with suspicion, prompting the nation to reinforce its financial regulations to avoid potential sanctions. Geopolitically, the Bahamas' location makes it a strategic point of countering drug trafficking routes from South America to the US. American Coast Guard's patrols have bilateral agreements between the US and the Bahamas to keep the illicit activities at bay. Moving on to another past British colony starting with the same two letters, Barbados gained its independence in 1966. However, it only recently removed the Queen as its head of state, which was clearly the last straw that was holding her to life. Therefore, Barbados transitioned to the newest republic on Earth in 2021. And while you might not think that cutting ties with the British monarch would equate to an embrace in isolationism, this is very much not true, since Barbados has always been a loud international player and remains as such. Other than some drama with Trinidad and Tobago over maritime boundaries, Barbados has remained very peaceful. Barbados, rather than being a nation of conflicts, it has been one of diplomacy and alliances. As a member of CARICOM, it's been a voice for regional cooperation, emphasizing the shared challenges and opportunities among Caribbean countries. Furthermore, with its membership in the Organization of American States and the United Nations, Barbados is not shy about chiming in on broader global issues. And it has used this voice to bring awareness to global warming, since its vulnerability to rising sea levels and increasing intense hurricanes have been very intense. Wowee, Britain really had an impact on this region, since we are now covering another former UK colony, St. Lucia. However, it is worth remembering that it was several times exchanged with France. There isn't much to say about this small country, other than maybe it was once close to Taiwan, but sadly once again potential investments and diplomatic support is swaying St. Lucia towards Beijing. Yet another country that got ping-ponged in between the French and the UK is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Comprising the main island of St. Vincent and a sprinkle of smaller Grenadine islands, is once again another Caribbean country that became independent from the British. In the realm of friendship and international relations, SVG is a dedicated member of the Caribbean community. Through this union, SVG collaborates on issues that matter to the Caribbean, from economic policies to that ever-looming threat of climate change. After all, when you're a group of island nations, rising sea levels isn't just an environmental concern, it's a danger that potentially hinders your nation's existence. But unlike St. Lucia, this country has the balls to stay with Taiwan and recognize them to this day. Now, St. Kitts and Nevis. Honestly, this part of the video is pretty boring, since all I can say about this country is the same as the one before. It recognizes Taiwan and doesn't want to sink because of global warming. Guess who else recognizes Taiwan and doesn't want to sink? That's right, Grenada. But hey, finally something interesting. this nation produces a third of the world's nutmeg. I'm starting to understand why this continent was chosen last in the polls I made. In 1983, the US under President Ronald Reagan decided to intervene militarily in Grenada. Officially dubbed Operation Urgent Fury, this invasion was allegedly to protect American medical students on the island. But let's be honest, it was more about preventing the spread of communism and expanding influence. Although Grenada does hold a slight grudge, you can't be angry at your biggest trading partner and tourism supplier forever. Venezuela and Cuba have been historical allies, especially in terms of medical and educational support, but this isn't a stick it to the US alliance. It's more nuanced, based on the shared goals and mutual respect. Not to be mixed up with the Dominican Republic, Dominica also recognizes Taiwan over China, a choice which often ruffles feathers in international circles. Dominica is an active member of CARICOM, pushing for regional unity and collaboration. Geopolitically, the US and the UK are significant trading partners and remain close. Their citizenship by investment program is catching the eye of many, being one of the only countries on Earth that you can buy yourself a citizenship into. Moving on to the last Caribbean country on the list. This might be my least favorite region in the world, at least when it comes to geopolitics. Actually, maybe Oceania is worse. But maybe I'm doing my research wrong, since it seems like there's nothing interesting happening here. Antigua and Barbuda is a former UK colony, recognizes Taiwan, and has a similar pay us to get citizenship policy. So those were all the countries in the Caribbean, but I haven't covered the many islands that are owned by countries not in North America. But I need a break from this boring region, so I'll cover them later. Now the country you have all been waiting for, the center of the universe and the inventors of freedom, the United States of America. In this sprawling panorama of global politics, few nations display a division as stark as the US, with its deep-seated bipolarity of Democrats and Republicans. This seemingly endless two-sided conflict might be seen by some as a fundamental element of US democracy. However, in the past this was not the case, with modern US history being defined by many political parties having influence. A nation as diverse and multifaceted as the US can't be adequately represented by just two political factions. Unlike European nations, where multiple parties often reflect a vast range of ideologies and values. Consider the multitude in Germany's Bundestag, or the Dutch House of Representatives. The US's system forces a binary choice upon its citizens. This often leads to individuals to feel their complex beliefs are boxed into categories that don't truly resonate with them. Of course, keeping things black and white helps uneducated Americans being involved in politics. And at the end of the day, politics in the US are meant to entertain and engage people into the culture war in order to solidify this bilateral divide. The heightened us versus the them mentality, especially prevalent in recent years, has rendered the US Congress frequently paralyzed. Compromises become a rarity, replaced with partition standoffs that do little to advance the nation's needs. In contrast, multi-party European parliaments often necessitate coalitions to form a government. This inherently demands compromise and collaboration, leading to a more adaptable and often more stable political environment. The confluence of media, celebrity, and politics in the US has given rise to a new breed of politics, one that often feels more akin to reality TV than genuine public service. The 24/7 news cycle, coupled with the omnipresence of social media, places an emphasis on sensational headlines over substantive political discourse. Candidates become brands, campaigns become productions, and real issues often take a backseat. Gerrymandering stands as a testament to the lengths parties will go to ensure their dominance. By manipulating electoral district boundaries, parties can virtually guarantee victories in specific regions. This not only undermines the very essence of a democratic representation, but further solidifies the two-party stranglehold. For all its economic might, the US presents an intriguing conundrum. It boasts the title of the world's richest country, yet beneath this facade lies a plethora of inequalities and incongruities that challenge the very essence of the American dream. While the US prides itself on being the land of the free, studies have shown that it might not be the freest. For instance, certain indices place Australia higher in terms of political, personal, and economic freedoms. The reasons are manifold, from difference in healthcare access to disparities in criminal justice. I won't even go into the awful slave-like criminal justice system in the US. Although the US has an impressive GDP, its average living standard is pathetic compared to what it should be. A comparison with Denmark, often ranked among the top countries in living standards, reveals stark differences. Whether it's in terms of healthcare, education, or social safety nets, Denmark consistently outpaces the US, despite the latter's capitalist fetish. Delving into more granular data, the US shows more disparities. There are states where the survival birth rate is lower than in developing countries like Bangladesh. The US, globally renowned as a bastion of capitalism, surprisingly isn't the easiest place to start a business. Again, taking Denmark as reference, the Scandinavian nation ranks higher in ease of doing business and ease of starting a business. Post-World War II, the geopolitical identity of the US went a monumental transformation. Rooted in its role in its world wars, especially the latter, the US cemented its place as the world's primary superpower. Two primary narratives dominate this period: its capitalization on global economic shifts post-World War II, and the ensuing global Cold War with the USSR. While many global powers found their economies decimated by the wars, the US saw an opportunity to capitalize. The Lend-Lease policy, wherein the US supplied allied nations with vital resources, bolstered its economic position. This policy, although rooted in supporting allies, also helped the US establish itself as the globe's economic hegemony. After the World Wars, the US painted its international interventions under the broad brush of containing communism. Yet, a deeper dive suggests an agenda centered around expanding influence, or how I like to call it, modern imperialism. Some examples of this are in the Korean War, Vietnam War, Angolan War, and many more. This shows that if a country is not in a political union with other countries, it will inherently become imperialist, especially if it has the power to do so. This is something that the European Union has successfully stopped. Proof of my earlier statement is that the collapse of the Soviet Union didn't bring an end to US interventions. Their involvement in places like Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and the drone strikes in Pakistan underlines that the Cold War was just a veneer for deeper geopolitical ambitions. The US's Monroe Doctrine, and later the Roosevelt Corollary, essentially proclaimed its hegemony over the Western Hemisphere, pledging to protect or intervene in both South and North American affairs. This protection, however, often manifested as interventions, sometimes covert, sometimes overt, in nations like Chile, Nicaragua, and Grenada. China, now a juggernaut in the global economy, embodies a peculiar relationship with the US. Biggest non-neighboring trading partner, yet also biggest geopolitical rival. This duality reflects in their interactions, from trade wars to diplomatic spats. While the US officially recognizes the People's Republic of China over Taiwan, it continues to maintain an intricate relationship with the latter. Pledging to protect Taiwan, the US often finds itself balancing between supporting a democratic ally and avoiding direct confrontation with China. I talked more on the contested waters of the South China Sea in the Asia video, but in short, the US's freedom of navigation operations here aim to challenge China's territorial claims, leading to increased tensions. This freedom of navigation, in practice, is US boats deliberately sailing through Chinese claimed waters, often near Chinese island military bases, in order to show that freedom doesn't care about any 9 lines. The US is de facto the leader of NATO, with over 70% of the NATO budget coming from them. After the Second World War, it proclaimed itself as the protector of Europe, with many countries loving this relationship, especially Poland, which is dependent on the US to scare Russia. Other than that, the two continents are very close. However, the US does not tolerate any signs of EU dominance. For example, it went to war with Libya just because they started selling their oil in euros instead of dollars. The recent love for Ukraine, primarily through arms and financial aid, is not just a humanitarian gesture. The war in Ukraine has been the best geopolitical tool for the US. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, or 3 birds if you count the Ukrainians. It is actively crippling its historical rival with Russia, both economically and diplomatically. The war also benefits the US's arms industry tremendously, highlighting the intricate interplay of geopolitics and economics. Other than the thousands of military bases all around the world, the US has some colonies in the Caribbean as well. Starting with the Virgin Islands, the US procured these islands from Denmark in 1917, not only for their funny name but mainly for their strategic location. As the US citizens, the residents have certain rights, yet they don't have the privilege of voting in US presidential elections. They do, however, send a non-voting delegate to the US Congress, reflecting their unique, semi-autonomous nature of their political status. Hundreds of years ago, when bird poop was discovered to be amazing fertilizer, the US signed the Guano Islands Act, which allowed any American to claim any random island they find, and Navassa is one of those islands. Sitting between the shores of Haiti and Jamaica, it is uninhabited. The island used to be full of delicious, potent bird poop, but these days, the hustle and bustle of phosphate mining have long passed. Among all the US territories, Puerto Rico stands out, not just for its size, but its profound historical and cultural significance. Seized by the US in the aftermath of the Spanish-American War in 1898, Puerto Rico remains the most populous of all US territories. Puerto Ricans have been proud US citizens since 1917, but their unique position means they neither can vote in presidential elections, even though they also contribute a non-voting representative to Congress. So that was the US. I feel like I was a bit harsh on the Americans, so I want to make it clear that I would still rather live under the hegemony and the rule of the US rather than China or Russia. So things could be worse, but I still would rather much the US to cooperate with other countries more instead of what I would call conquering. Moving on to British overseas territories in North America, we start with the famous Bermuda. Known for the Bermuda Triangle, this island awkwardly is far away from all its island neighbors. Historically, Bermuda played a significant role as a naval and air station, especially during World War II, serving as a crucial refueling stop. Today, its economy is heavily driven by insurance and other financial services. Obviously, Bermuda maintains a close relationship with the United Kingdom, but has also been influenced by American culture and economy due to its proximity to the US. There have been internal debates on independence, but a 1995 referendum saw Bermudans overwhelmingly vote to remain a British territory. Positioned southeast of the Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos Islands boast an extensive coral reef system. While tourism, fishing, and offshore banking form its economic backbone, geopolitically the islands hold strategic significance due to their location. There have been discussions over the years about the possibility of these islands integrating with Canada, so the Canadians could have a warm place to rest. Though the idea hasn't gained substantial traction, relations with the Bahamas are also very good, given the geographical proximity and shared cultural history. Renowned as a major world offshore financial center, the Cayman Islands hold a special place in global finance. Located in the Western Caribbean Sea, their relationship with Britain is defined by mutual respect. However, the islands often face scrutiny over their banking secrecy, with internal pressures pushing for greater transparency. Moving on to Anguilla. This slender eel-shaped island in the Caribbean was once part of the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla Federation. However, in 1967, Anguillans revolted, leading to its separation and eventual establishment as a standalone British overseas territory. Montserrat is unfortunately best known for its catastrophic volcanic eruptions in the 1990s, which devastated large parts of the island. This disaster led to British aid and intervention, reinforcing the deep ties between the two. While most residents are UK passport holders, there's a unique blend of British and Caribbean influences on the island. However, its reliance on British aid, especially post the volcanic eruptions, puts it in a unique position concerning autonomy and governance. I hate covering the Caribbean, and covering these overseas territories is even more boring than just countries alone, so now I'll try to speed my way through the Dutch colonies in North America. First stop, Aruba. Though a constituent country to the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, Aruba enjoys considerable autonomy, but the Dutch still handle defense and foreign affairs. Over to Curaçao, despite embracing its Dutch roots, there's been chatter about its future political status. For now, though, it operates as a constituent country. Then there's Bonaire, which, together with the next two countries, form the BES Islands. Sint Eustatius, or Statia, historically was a major trading hub. Saba takes height seriously, home to Mount Scenery, the highest point in the Kingdom of the Netherlands. It's quite literally a peak in the Caribbean. And let's not forget Sint Maarten. Interestingly, this island is divided with France, with the northern French part being called Saint Martin and the Dutch southern part Sint Maarten. Both countries cooperate a lot and are close with each other and their rulers. Speaking of French islands, now the overseas collectivities of France in North America. Starting up north, closer to Canada than the Caribbean, are the Chile islands of St. Pierre and Miquelon. These islands remain the last vestige of France's once expansive North American possessions, which were sold by Napoleon because he was focusing more on Europe, maybe smartly so. But moving on, their bond with France remains sturdy, though there's an unmistakable Canadian influence thanks to geography. Switching to a sunnier note, Guadeloupe and Martinique, as overseas departments, are as much part of France as Brest or Anis in France. Formerly a part of Guadeloupe, Saint Barthélemy became an overseas territory in the early 2000s, giving it a degree of autonomy. Finally, we are done with the boring mess of the Caribbean, and now we can move on to Central America. Starting with the southernmost country in North America and moving up from there, Panama. Like I mentioned in the South America video, the US is responsible for Panama's existence, and therefore it has played a dominant role in Panama for much of the 20th century, primarily due to its ownership of the canal. Tensions eventually led to the Torrijos-Carter treaties in 1977, which laid out the eventual transfer of the canal's control from the US to Panama in 1999. Geopolitically, Panama has always been a neutral player, focusing on partnership that enhances its economic prosperity and stability. However, it started recognizing the People's Republic of China over Taiwan in 2017. This is especially concerning to the US, since the US sees the Panama as its region of influence. The relationship between Costa Rica and Panama is largely characterized by cooperation and mutual respect, but the region of Bocas del Toro and the Coto area sparked tensions in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. However, arbitration in 1905 by the French Chief Justice of Court of Cassation laid these disputes largely to rest. Since then, the two countries have fostered a friendly relationship focusing on regional cooperation, trade, and tackling shared challenges like drug trafficking. Remarkably, Costa Rica stands out for its decision to abolish its armed forces in 1948. The budget, which might otherwise have been dedicated to military endeavors, is instead allocated towards education, healthcare, and conservation. This move has solidified Costa Rica's reputation as a peaceful and progressive nation. Costa Rica has a territorial and maritime dispute, however, with Nicaragua, especially around the San Juan River. Both nations have taken their claims to the International Court of Justice, with rulings generally favoring Costa Rica's stance. Beyond its southern neighbor, Nicaragua finds itself in a position of regional importance. The Sandinista National Liberation Front, or FSLN, which led the charge against the Somoza dictatorship in the late 1970s, remains a significant political force. Economically, Nicaragua has had its challenges. Once among the poorest countries in the Americas, it has made efforts to attract foreign investment and boost sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and mining. Nicaragua has generally maintained non-aligned stances, balancing relations with both the US and countries like Russia and Venezuela. The proposed Nicaraguan canal, though still just an idea, remains a point of geopolitical intrigue, with potential to significantly alter trade routes and regional balances of power. For example, by taking away Panama's biggest leverage of being the only transit in the area. In the early 2000s, the International Court of Justice settled the long-standing maritime dispute between Honduras, Nicaragua, and Colombia, redrawing the nautical boundaries in the Caribbean Sea. Honduras, like its Central American counterparts, grapples with challenges like drug trafficking and gang violence. Its strategic location makes it vulnerable as a transit point for narcotics heading to the US. Consequently, its relationship with the United States has been dominated by security and anti-narcotics cooperation, with the US providing significant assistance in these areas. And then we get another W for North America, since Honduras also recognizes Taiwan. One of the most notable incidents between Honduras and El Salvador was the Football War in 1969, which despite its name had underlying causes related to land and immigration issues. The skirmishes, though short-lived, underscored tensions that had been simmering beneath the surface. Nicaragua, was also involved in the conflict through its strong support of Honduras. The aftermath of the conflict led to the signing of the 1980 General Peace Treaty, which aimed at resolving border issues. This marked the beginning of a slow yet deliberate journey towards rapprochement. Today, both nations have made significant strides in fostering bilateral cooperation, particularly in trade, security, and environmental conservation. On the economic front, El Salvador, similar to its neighbors, is striving to transform from a traditionally agrarian economy. The country has placed its bets on sectors like manufacturing and service to fuel growth. The US remains a vital trading partner, and the dollarization of its economy in 2001 has further cemented this economic interdependence. Like El Salvador, Guatemala has faced its internal demons. The brutal 36-year-long civil war, which ended in 1996, left deep societal scars. The war was a testament to the nation's systemic inequalities and divisions. The peace accords of 1996 aimed to bridge these divides, but their full implementation remains a work in progress. In recent years, the specter of organized crime and gang violence has cast a long shadow over Guatemala's efforts of nation building. These challenges of addressing the root cause of emigration, predominantly to the United States, has dominated the bilateral agenda with Washington. Geopolitically, Guatemala has exhibited an oscillating stance. While historically anchored to the US for security and economic reasons, recent years have seen a pivot towards other global players, including European and Asian nations. The relationship with Belize is marked by a long-standing territorial dispute, stemming from colonial-era contentions between the British and Spanish empires. Guatemala laid claim to a significant portion of Belize's territory. This dispute persisted even after Belize's independence in 1981. However, in a significant move towards resolution, a 2018 popular referendum in Belize paved the way for the dispute to be taken to the International Court of Justice. Although the territorial contention has not been fully resolved, both nations continue to maintain diplomatic ties. Belize has been judicious in forging its international ties. Its membership in the Caribbean community underlines its Caribbean orientation, while its engagement in the Central American integration system emphasizes its Central American connections. While maintaining a cordial relationship with the United States, Belize has also expanded its diplomatic horizons, establishing ties with nations like Taiwan, much to the disappointment of China. Looking northward, Belize's relationship with Mexico is characterized by mutual respect and collaboration. Speaking of, now Mexico. At the crossroads of North and Central America, Mexico occupies a unique position, both geographically and geopolitically. It not only shares a vast border with the US, but also maintains significant ties with Central American nations. These connections with countries like Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras extend beyond mere geography, encompassing shared cultural elements, trade relations, and at times the challenges of post-immigration. This brings us to Mexico's intricate relationship with the US. A key flashpoint in recent years was the immigration issue, with Trump wanting to force Mexico to fund a wall that would encompass the entire border, not helping relations. This wall never got built, by the way. But nowadays, Republicans plan to do military operations in Mexico, which sounds similar to what Putin is doing. Mexican emigration to the US, driven largely by the quest for improved economic opportunities, also points towards the challenges back home. notably the specter of gang violence and influence of powerful drug cartels, which is the reason why Republicans want a military intervention in Mexico. Cities like Ciudad Juarez have unfortunately become synonymous with this violence, impacting not just the local populace, but also having broader geopolitical implications. The power and reach of cartels, their rivalry for control over lucrative drug routes into the US, and their influence over local law enforcement and politics have become pressing issues, necessitating international cooperation. Yet Mexico's narrative is not solely one of challenges. In recent years, it's making concentrated efforts to diversify and boost its economy, keen to shed the label of merely being a manufacturing hub. Companies like Amazon have recognized Mexico's potential, setting up factories and viewing it as a viable alternative to China, especially given its proximity to the US market. However, Mexico's ambitions on the global stage aren't without their hurdles. Territorial disputes like the ones over the Chamizal area with the US or the Basalar Chico area with Belize have been historical points of contention, though most have been resolved through diplomacy. Geopolitically, Mexico's position is undeniably significant. A member of the G20, it has increasingly sought to assert its voice on the global platforms, championing causes ranging from climate change to equitable trade. Its role in regional bodies like the Pacific Alliance and its trilateral engagements with the US and Canada under the USMCA underscore its pivotal role in shaping the region's destiny. The vast white expanse at the bottom of our planet that remains an enigma in many ways, unlike any other continent. The territorial claims have been a peculiar twist. Several nations have stacked their claims, drawn their lines on the maps, but due to international agreements, these borders are more theoretical than practical. The Antarctic Treaty System, ratified in 1961, ensures that the continent is preserved for peaceful and scientific purposes. This treaty in essence freezes all territorial ambitions, except for Russia and the US. They can make any claims they like whenever they choose so. Realistically, Russia will never do this, but I believe the US is just patiently waiting for the ice to melt and to reveal valuable resources before it will legally claim this continent. The treaty also made militarization and nuclear testing a strict no-go, this being the main reason for the creation of the treaty since it was made during the Cold War. While the countries that already made claims can keep them, the treaty ensures that they can't enforce these claims in any traditional sense. Interestingly, under this treaty, one country can comfortably set up research stations within the claimed territory of another, blurring the lines of sovereignty in the name of cooperation and scientific advancement. Antarctica was the last place on Earth to be discovered, remaining largely a mystery until the 19th and early 20th century. This remoteness is what allowed it to become a place where the usual rules of geopolitics are turned on their head, creating a unique blend of collaboration and very subtle competition. Norway has a fascinating connection to Antarctica. Despite being the first nation to reach the South Pole thanks to the legendary expedition led by Roald Amundsen in 1911, 2 decades later, laid claim to this area, naming it Queen Maud Land. However, notable being the only country to leave out the South Pole area to its claim. However, this changed in 2015, with them claiming that their territory fully stretched to the South Pole. Despite this, I think it is a beautiful thing that the only country to actually reach the South Pole first was the only one to refrain from claiming it. Within Queen Maud Land, Troll Station is one of the most prominent, serving as a year-round research facility and the only all-year research station operated by the Norwegians in Antarctica. Then there's Thor Station, which plays a pivotal role during the summer months. The significance of these bases extends beyond mere scientific research. They're beacons of Norway's presence, underlining its stake and interest in the geopolitics of the region. Moreover, these bases, especially Troll, have become vital stops for logistics, with many international Antarctic missions making use of the facility. This has further solidified Norway's role in fostering international cooperation, even as countries navigate the blurred lines of territorial claims and shared interests. Examples like this is what makes me believe that this concept of sharing Antarctica is one of the more wholesome parts of humanity. Just 1 year before the Nazis invaded Norway, they invaded Norway's Antarctica by flying over some of their territory and dropping darts with swastika flags, and claimed this shown territory, naming it Neuschwanwabensland. As you could have guessed, many theorized that this is where Hitler evacuated after losing World War II. Anyways, back to real geopolitics. After countries started claiming Antarctica, Chile and Argentina reminded themselves that they claimed parts of the island before it was even discovered. Long story short, during the colonization of America under the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, the Pope divided the world along this line. Everything on the right was Spanish and the left was Portuguese. However, with this, the Pope not being clear on where the line ends, these independent South American nations assumed it went all the way down to the South Pole, so that is what justified these two claims. However, Chile is the only country that holds a geographical claim. Chile claims that the Scotia Ridge that eventually extends and touches Antarctica is an extension of the Andes mountain range, and since the Andes are a crucial part of Chilean geography, Chile gets to claim this part of Antarctica. I forgot to mention that Chile's claimed territory is known ingeniously as Chilean Antarctic Territory, and it overlaps with both British and Argentine claims. But this overlap has no actual consequences, in part because of the Treaty of Antarctica, but also since before the treaty, these countries just ignored each other and somehow coexisted peacefully. The Eduardo Frei base, named after the former Chilean president, is one of the largest South American bases in Antarctica. It includes a village, a school, and even a post office. Even more creative, the Argentinian claim is called Argentine Antarctica. This claimed territory is fully inside the British claim. However, Argentina was one of the first nations to have an active presence in Antarctica, establishing the Orcadas base in 1904, which is recognized as the oldest base on the continent still in operation. Beyond just territorial claims, Argentina has been at the forefront of scientific endeavors in Antarctica. The Belgrano second base, located south of the Antarctic Circle, is the southernmost permanently inhabited establishment on the continent. Argentina's relation to Antarctica isn't just about land and research. It's intrinsically tied to the country's identity. Children in Argentina are taught in schools about the nation's Antarctic province, and they often see the map of the country that includes this claimed slice of Antarctica. Yet for all its assertiveness, Argentina's claim on the continent is not without complications. As mentioned earlier, there's an overlap with both Chilean and British territorial assertions. This triangular overlap has sometimes been a point of contention, but they usually have more important conflicts to solve, like for example the Falkland Islands. It seems like the Nazis are the only creative ones when it comes to naming, since Australia's territory is known as the Australian Antarctic Territory. This claim is by far the biggest, stretching over nearly 5.9 million square kilometers. it encompasses about 42% of the total Antarctic continent. This makes it the largest territorial claim in Antarctica. The genesis of Australia's claim can be tracked back to the United Kingdom. The British laid claim to this part of Antarctica in the early 20th century. However, in 1933, as a symbol of Australia's increasing autonomy from its former colonial master, the UK transferred its claim to Australia, laying the groundwork for what would become the AAT. It's the same story with New Zealand's territory, by the way. An example of an Australian vital facility is Casey Station, strategically situated and known for its work in atmospheric sciences. It's particularly renowned for its research into the impact of climate change on the Antarctic ecosystem. New Zealand's territory is creatively named Ross Dependency. It lies directly south of New Zealand. Scott Base is the heart of New Zealand's Antarctic activities. Established in 1957, the base is painted in a unique shade of aqua, making it distinguishable on the white canvas of ice. It serves as a hub for scientific studies, particularly in areas like climate research, biology, and geology. This is another base that has been the starting point for countless expeditions and has been vital for studying the unique Antarctic ecosystem. The tale of France's involvement in Antarctica is deeply rooted in the thin line known as Adélie Land, located directly south of Madagascar, a past French colony. The land itself is named Adélie after the discoverer's wife, Adèle, which is the most French thing ever. Excuse my pronunciation, by the way. Speaking of, the Mont d'Urville station, named after the aforementioned explorer, was established in the early 1950s. The station has witnessed countless French scientific achievements. One cannot discuss the UK in Antarctica without referring to the fateful expedition led by Captain Robert Falcon Scott. His legendary yet tragic journey to the South Pole in 1912 is an embodiment of British perseverance in the face of adversity. Scott and his team, despite their valiant efforts, were beaten to the pole by the Norwegian team led by Roald Amundsen. Moreover, they all died on the way back. Historically, prior to the decolonization, the UK held an absolutely huge claim over Antarctica. This vast stretch of ice was symbolic of a time when the sun never set on the British Empire. However, today the British Antarctic Survey stands testament to the UK's continuous presence and commitment to the region, with several research stations including the well-known Halley and Rothera research stations. The BAS spearheads numerous scientific endeavors ranging from climate studies to biodiversity research. Intriguingly, remnants of the old empire can still be glimpsed in the region. Abandoned whaling stations and huts from earlier expeditions tell tales of a time when Britain aimed to imprint its legacy on every corner of the globe. We have now officially covered every official claim in Antarctica, but there is one last place left. Mare Birdland, a place so remote and challenging to access that no single nation has ever staked a formal claim on it. Spanning over 1,600,000 square kilometers, this vast portion of West Antarctica is in essence a geopolitical wildcard. At first glance, one might think its lack of formal claims might be due to its perceived lack of value. But in a world where every piece of land, no matter how barren or remote, has potential strategic significance, there's more to this narrative. The primary reason for the absence of claims is the region's sheer inaccessibility. Nestled deep in the heart of Antarctica, it is surrounded by massive ice shelves and treacherous seas, making it almost impossible for any expedition to this land. This remoteness has in many ways acted as a natural barrier, deterring nations from pursuing formal territorial ambitions. And even if you would want to, you can't, since the Treaty of Antarctica prohibits new claims. But let's not forget that this part of the treaty doesn't involve Russia or the US, so technically the US or Russia could claim this land whenever they want to. The fact that despite this, none of them are bothering to do so is a true showcase of how remote Maori birdland is. 2048 might seem like a distant year, but for the world of geopolitics and particularly for Antarctica, it's a date circled in red. It's the year that the Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty is up for review. This looming date opens up a myriad of possibilities and uncertainties for the continent. This treaty, signed by 54 countries, ensures that Antarctica is left out of the destructive nature of human settlement. The 2048 review, however, could change this. With the expiration of the treaty's mineral protocol, the vast untouched resources of Antarctica could suddenly become available for exploitation. We're talking about oil, gas, minerals, and fisheries. As global reserves dwindle and demand for these resources continue to rise, the temptation for countries to delve into Antarctica's resources could become too strong to resist. And I am looking at you, America. Given the potential environmental consequences of a large-scale extraction, countries could come together to reinforce the treaty, emphasizing scientific research and environmental protection over resource extraction. This would be the most peaceful scenario, maintaining the status quo of international cooperation. But this is boring, so let's explore other possibilities. Without a renewed commitment, countries might rush to assert these claims and start exploiting resources. This could lead to disputes, both legal and potentially even military, as nations scramble to secure their share. And as such, countries with existing strong claims, such as Antarctica, Chile, or Argentina, might merge as regional powerhouses, dominating specific zones and wielding considerable influence over resource distribution. Beyond the original claimants, new global powers might see the potential in Antarctica and establish a presence leading to a more complex geopolitical matrix. Other than the mentioned USA, I see China potentially investing in this region, if its demographic crisis hasn't caused the CCP to collapse at that point. The expiration of the treaty presents both a challenge and opportunity. The challenge is in ensuring that the geopolitical ambitions of nations don't lead to the desecration of the last untouched wilderness on Earth. The opportunity lies in forging a new path of cooperation, where the collective interest in preserving Antarctica's environment outweighs individual nationalistic pursuits. Whatever the outcome in 2048 is, one thing is clear. The decisions made regarding Antarctica will have profound implications not just for the continent itself, but for global geopolitics, environmental stewardship, and the legacy we leave for future generations. And you can be sure that I'll be covering this revision of the treaty, so make sure to subscribe so you don't miss it in 2048. And with this video complete, we can finally confidently say that we covered every single continent and country in the world. I'm not going to lie, this series has been a challenge, and I somewhat regret doing it. The idea started by me wanting to make a video on the geopolitics of Europe, and then thinking why not cover every single continent, one by one. I was internally motivated for the first 3 continents, with them being the most interesting. However, somewhere in the middle of this series, I really lost motivation. I wanted to use my time and energy onto more interesting projects where I can explore some interesting ideas, instead of repeating for the 100th time that this country supports China over Taiwan. Also, many of the countries I covered never deserved any coverage since they were boring or had nothing interesting to say about them. I believe my slow loss of motivation towards this series and me wanting to get over it is very visible with the slow decline of the quality of these videos. My first videos on Europe and Africa, and even Asia, are much better than the last continents, in part due to me losing motivation towards this series, but also in the nature of some continents just being more boring. I'm looking at you, Oceania. Nevertheless, I got it over with. I covered the geopolitics of every single country in the world, and I'm sure I made a ton of mistakes. And if enough of you find these mistakes and correct me in the comments, I'll make sure to make a video correcting every single mistake I made. I'm very excited to explore many fascinating concepts in my future videos, so make sure to subscribe if you want to see them. And as always, farewell, żegnam, and goodbye.